Okay, hello LCUSD community. My name is Joe Radabaugh, Governing President. Welcome to tonight's meeting. Sorry for the technical difficulties we had. We had a critical failure broadcasting from Zoom to YouTube. Thank you, Jamie, for your quick response and cutting us over to a new channel and getting emails out. The board members using Facebook. It was great to see us mobilize so quickly. So again, hi everybody out there in the audience. Appreciate it that you cut over with us. So I'll call the meeting to order. There's nothing to report out of closed session. I'll start with that. And I'll also start with my normal script related to us doing the virtual meeting. On March 17, 2020, our governor issued Executive Order N2920. Under this new order, a district can now comply with public attendance and comment requirements of the Brown Act by holding a meeting via teleconferencing and allowing members of the public to observe and comment either telephonically or otherwise electronically. Public comments are being accepted online and will be read by district staff after board discussion of the presented items. Okay, and with that, we'll get started full steam. Can we cut over to the Pledge of Allegiance? We have our trusted graphic.
Coming up right now. Just queuing it up.
Andrew, would you like to read it for us? Lead us in the pledge. You're on mute though.
Please stand. Put your right hand over your heart. Ready, begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America.
Of the United States of America.
And to the republic for which it stands. One nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Justice for all.
Thanks. And with that, we're going to do a special tribute. And I think we have a slide for that. I'll turn it to Wendy.
Thank you. We wanted to pay a special tribute tonight. This year, the Kiwanis Club of La Cañada Flint Ridge announced Harriet Hammonds as the La Cañadan of the Year for her outstanding volunteer work, which spanned over 50 years. Many of us witnessed firsthand as Harriet was dedicated to helping others, igniting positivity throughout the Foothills community. Harriet hit all the high marks as the nomination criteria embodied what she'd done for decades, served the youth in her community and in her schools, active participant and advocate for churches or houses of worship. She assisted with many clubs and performed civic activities and provided outstanding leadership. She brought high praise to the La Cañada Flint Ridge and the surrounding neighborhoods. Sadly, Harriet passed away before the district had the opportunity to join in the recognition of her for this outstanding and significant honor. Joe?
Thank you, Wendy, and thank you for that tribute. I know many of us knew Harriet. I only knew her for a couple years after joining Kiwanis, and I have many fond memories already. She always seeked to have me sit next to her and talk to her, and she had a nickname for me, actually. She called me Alabama, and that's because she took to the interesting nugget that I was born in Selma, Alabama, and she never forgot that. Every time she'd see me, she'd call me, "Hey, Mr. Alabama." So she was a true treasure, and in my 2 years, I really enjoyed getting to meet her. I know the Kiwanis group was devastated with her passing, not truly getting able to celebrate. So with that, I'd just like to take a moment of silence for the entire LCUSD community on her behalf, and I'll do that right now. Moment of silence. Thank you. Harriet, you'll be missed. Okay.
Joe, I'm so sorry. Can I add, I've known Harriet for years and she was amazing. She was a true advocate for children, for our schools, for our community.
Our scouts.
Scouting, sports. I mean, she just was all around and truly will be missed. So thank you.
That's great. Anybody else? Okay, we'll get moving on then. Item 6, approval of our minutes from our last meetings. Do I have a motion to approve?
So moved.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Okay, all in favor, just show of hands.
Aye.
Okay, very good. Thank you all. And we're going to move into our reports, starting with Wendy's superintendent report.
Thank you, Joe. You know, we enter into the school year and it's very new, very different, but I think it's important for us to maintain a sense of normalcy and tradition where possible. And so speaking of Kiwanis, as we just honored Harriet, usually tomorrow in our new teacher orientation, we take all of our new certificated staff to the Kiwanis luncheon, and we get to celebrate in song and tribute and introductions. And we're going to miss that this year because of no large group gatherings. And so we will have our virtual new teacher orientation tomorrow, but I thought I'd take this opportunity to engage in introduction with our entire district community with our certificated new hires for the year. So there's a few of them, but I'm going to read a very, very brief intro to each. At LCE, we will be welcoming Justine Carlson, who will be a new full-time 5th grade teacher with a hybrid class of LCE students and a virtual class of PCR students. She has taught in the El Cajon U.S. Unified School District for the past 4 years. She holds a bachelor's degree from Azusa Pacific University, and she gained her credential through Cal State Teach in conjunction with the California State University, Los Angeles. Also new to LCE will be Anona Lee. She is a new full-time kindergarten teacher. She graduated from UC Santa Barbara with a bachelor's degree and then gained her credential through the Teach for America program in partnership with Johns Hopkins University. Anona has 3 years of prior teaching experience in the Hawaii and Los Angeles area. At PCR, we will be welcoming Talene DeCranian. She will be taking the 40% ELD teacher position there. She was an elementary teacher in Glendale Unified for 4 years. She also served in La Cañada for 4 years as a para 2 in special ed and a paraprofessional 2 in ELD and as a reading intervention specialist. Talene has completed her bachelor's degree at UC Santa Barbara and her master's degree in education from Pepperdine. Also at PCR, we'll be welcoming Suzanne Ruggles. She's a newly credentialed school counselor who will serve part-time at PCR. She completed her credentialing work through USC after earning a bachelor's degree from Linfield College. Also at PCR, we're happy to welcome Rand Suzuki. She is coming from the San Francisco area, although she is a native of LA. She taught 3 years in San Francisco, in TK, and in 1st grade classrooms. She'll be taking on a full-time position, half-time as a kindergarten teacher to Palm Crest students, as well as providing support with a TK class at LCE. Rand completed her bachelor's at UC Riverside with a master's degree from UC San Francisco. And finally, PCR will be welcoming Riley Tibbetts as the new PE and adapted PE teacher. Riley holds credentials for the elementary classroom, the PE classroom, and for adapted PE services. Though a native of California, Riley has been teaching in the elementary classroom and adapted PE classrooms in Arizona since 2017. His bachelor's degree was earned at Evergreen State College in Washington, and he pursued his credential coursework at both Antioch University and Point Loma University in California. At PCY, we will be welcoming Heidi Oxley as the new 40% ELD teacher. Her prior teaching experience was with Saugus Union School District as an elementary teacher between 1997 and 2001. She later returned as a substitute teacher in 2009 through 2011. Last year, Heidi taught as a long-term sub in grade 6 to cover a leave of absence at PCY. She completed her undergrad work at the University of Utah and her credentialing coursework at Cal State University Northridge. At PCY, we will also be welcoming Alicia Seifers Roberts. She's coming from the private sector as the new PCY speech pathologist. Her 13 years of experience in this field have been in the positions of speech and language pathologist, senior speech and language pathologist, and as a certified orofacial myologist. Mrs. Roberts holds a bachelor's and a master's degree from the University of Michigan, Ann Arbor, and Northwestern University. I know that makes Joe happy. Our 7-8 wonderful staff is stable with no new hires, so we'll move on to the high school. At LCHS 912, Kelly Brooks has been a teacher for the last 7 years in the Los Angeles area, teaching in the various disciplines of social science. She will be a part-time teacher at the high school this year, carrying 3 classes of AP American History. Kelly earned a bachelor's degree from UC Santa Cruz and a master's degree in education from the University of Phoenix. She is currently pursuing a second master's degree in American history through the Gilder Lehrman Institute of American History at Pace University. We're also welcoming, although she's a familiar face at 712, Kristen Mascheroni. She served with us in the assignment of Special Education Para 2 from February 2017 through July 2019. Last school year, Kristen returned as a long-term substitute to cover the leave of absence that we found ourselves in grade 7. It was a math classroom at the middle school. This year, she will be teaching a full load of Math 2 classes on a foundational level math credential, soon to be expanded to a full math credential. Kristen completed her bachelor's degree at Oregon State University and her credentialing coursework at Azusa Pacific. David Oshiro is also someone we're happy to welcome. He's been teaching in San Jose Unified School District as a math teacher since 2012, with some stints as a summer school teacher in Honolulu. That's not a bad gig. He relocated recently to Los Angeles, and David will be teaching 4 classes of Math 2, Financial Literacy, and AP Statistics this year at La Cañada High School. He gained his bachelor's degree in math credential from Santa Clara University. Sarah Ratliff is an alumna of LCHS and a newly credentialed teacher through Cal State University Northridge. Her credential is currently in foundational level science, and she expects to add the subject area of biological sciences within the next few months. Sarah is slated to teach 4 biology classes and 1 integrated physics class this coming year. She completed her undergraduate work at Sonoma State University. The final new hire at the high school is Dr. Parminder Tina Singh, who is credentialed to teach in the subject areas of biological science and physical sciences. She has been teaching on a regular basis AP science classes since 2000 in public and private schools located in Orange County, LA County, and Riverside County. This year, she will be teaching chemistry at the high school. Dr. Singh pursued her degrees and coursework through UC San Diego, Occidental College, and UCLA. Her doctoral degree in educational leadership was completed through APU. We have a few temporary teachers who will be returning as teachers to us on a permanent base or a probationary status basis. Adriana Glasner will be our gate teacher this coming year again for a 40% assignment for all 3 elementary schools. Jessica Joyner is returning for a full-time RSP teacher position at PCR. Kendall Walbrecht is returning as a full-time RSP teacher at PCY. Andre Brown is returning as the full-time culinary arts teacher at the high school. And Joanne Cho, we're happy to say, is returning as a full-time 7th grade social science teacher at LCHS 7-8. So that rounds out all of our certificated new hires. They're a great group. The leadership team and I get to spend the morning with them tomorrow in our half-day new teacher orientation, and we hope the entire community will join us in welcoming them. Deborah Craddock, shout out to her. She did a great job of getting us fully staffed early on, and I think we're well positioned for a great school year. So thank you.
That's great. Thanks, Wendy. Welcome all the newbies, and on behalf of the board, we look forward to meeting you in person when the time is right, and welcome to La Cañada Unified. Okay, that concludes Wendy's report. I'll move into my President's report. We have a couple of, I have a couple of topics. We have a couple super important topics tonight on the agenda that I wanted to briefly touch on. Our diversity, equity, inclusion efforts, and of course, reopening. In terms of DEI, that's the acronym for diversity, equity, and inclusion. I've talked about before how supportive I am in our efforts in this area, and I know that my rest of the board is as well. I just ask that all of us have an open mind as we uncover where our opportunities for growth may be, and ultimately have the unwavering courage to drive change where we need to. And I look forward to hearing the report out tonight and thinking about the way forward. In terms of reopening, Wendy will get into some more details on where we are during the dedicated agenda item, but I wanted to help set the stage. Look, to be clear, we all wanted to physically open. It's what's best for kids, staff, and families. Know that that was our intention all along, until the recent COVID spikes and the governor's subsequent orders that schools within counties on the COVID watch list would not be allowed to open. Given this reality, the board asked staff to turn their focus on ensuring the best virtual reopening and distance learning experience possible. And I'm pleased to let you know that that focus has paid dividends. There's been a tremendous amount of progress in a short amount of time. We have 3 new, what I call win-win MOUs, memorandums of understanding, that we have aligned with staff and has agreed to, bringing our total to 4. It includes things like Spartan Connect, that was born recently, which is about 712's approach to enabling small groups. We also have new distance learning delivery standards that have been put in place. New training is being offered for teachers and families, and new tools are coming online and much more, all in a really short period of time. Know that we'll be taking an iterative approach to refine what we're doing real time and working hard to ensure we have an equitable experience for all students and families. I also want to take staff for their collaboration, as well as members of the reopening committees and subcommittees, for all of their input and ideas they brought forward regarding ways we can optimize. Finally, as we get over the reopening hump, the commitment of the board and cabinet is to pivot towards a focus on returning to normal as soon as possible. We'll be identifying ways we can incrementally get our students and staff back on campus. What are those conditions that must be in place, the review cycles, and more. If we can't pull off safely reopening all at once, it may happen in waves. We might look at special ed, small groups on campuses, TK through 3, elementary, and more. We'll see how it goes, but we're going to do everything we can to claw our way back to returning to normal. Know that the saying "we're all in this together" really means that more than ever before. And I look forward to the journey with you. And this concludes my report. Okay, thank you. Mark, anything on your docket to report out?
Yeah, just some of the routine things. Amidst all the tasks we've been taking on with the pandemic and the challenges there, the routine things still roll along. You know, it's the regular summer activity of closing our books, rolling into the new budget year. Dr. Craddock, as you heard, doing all of the hiring and training to get people geared up and rolling, updating health and welfare benefits and partial tax rolls. All those things are taking place. This evening, we'll do an update to the budget because that came in so late when you adopted the budget on June 30th. We'll give you the new revenue numbers and make some budget adjustments. And on September 8th, we'll show you as we do our unaudited actuals and closing of the books. Other routines that are actually new but are becoming regular are our Measure LCF activities. And most of those right now are related to PCR, the construction and modernization at that campus. The CEQA report was posted, and we've collected comments on that. And that review will be scheduled for the board meeting at the end of September on the 29th. We continue to work on the design of the new building, as well as the modernization of the existing buildings, and the landscaping and the parking and the field rearrangement and all of that. So those are going on. Currently on my to-do list is to find a conservator for the fireplace mantle in the old district office. I'm working with the Lannerman House to find a conservator and assessing proposals for removing and preserving it. We're not sure where it'll end up, but it's an amazing example of Batchelder's early 20th century tile work. And we are very interested in preserving it and working hard to do that. So I'll keep you posted as I make progress on that front.
Okay, well, I know we talked about it a little earlier, Mark. I just wanted to plug that we're still looking for parcel tax oversight committee members, and we'll be socializing amongst ourselves folks to try to recruit for that. But given that we have several people listening, if you're interested, to contact you directly, or feel free to, they can contact me as well.
yeah, they reach out to me, I can send them the application if people are interested. We do need some more people of interest.
That's great. Thanks. Okay, thanks for Wendy and Mark for those reports. Now we move into review of the agenda, and that's where we have an opportunity to make any tweaks or adjust the flow. And I think there might be an opportunity here.
There it is.
Okay.
Yeah, I think that we had talked about making sure that we really begin with the DEI presentation. Can we move number 10? And I think we talked about moving it to possibly, if I'm looking at the agenda, after 12, is it G or F?
So it's moving 10A right into
12F and moving
12F.
12F to 12G.
Okay. There you go. My confusion with G and F. I do know the alphabet.
And you teach it well.
Thank you.
so it's going to become 12F, correct?
Yes.
12G.
And then okay. So but it's before or after 12F? Sorry.
It's before. You have to have the public hearing before you have
Yeah.
that.
Before.
Okay, so that becomes 12F, and then 12F becomes 12G.
Yes.
Okay. Got it. Okay,
Thank you.
do we have a motion to make that change?
So I will move to move 10A to 12F on the agenda for tonight's meeting.
Okay, do I have a second?
A second.
Thanks, Brent. Okay, all in favor? Okay, great. Any other proposed changes? Okay, great. I thank you, Kiteser. I completely agree. I think we wanted top of the house to be about DEI tonight, and we'll get to that in a second. This is an opportunity, though, for the public, before we get started, to address the board on non-agendized items. What do you see, Jamie, out there?
Thanks. Yeah, I'm just checking, and it looks like our items for our community members that picked non-agendized items, they actually meant an agenda item. So I'm just scanning one more time to make sure that I'm correct. So anybody, again, if you're listening, you picked non-agendized items, you actually have an agendized item. Yeah, we're clear. So nothing for this section. Thank you.
Okay, very good. Thank you. Okay, then we'll move into our public hearing items. We did move 10A. So with that, we are going to go into, I don't think we have anything in 11. And then so we're going to 12, which is our presentation on DEI strengths and needs assessment and recommendations for sustainability. Christina Hale Elliott. Wendy, do you want to kick it off and introduce her officially?
I'd be happy to. So it's my distinct honor to welcome Christina Hale Elliott with us tonight. It's been a privilege to work with her throughout the course of this past year. Ms. Hale Elliott is the Diversity and Equity and Inclusion DEI consultant for the district. Over the past year, she's conducted an LCUSD DEI Strengths and Needs Assessment report. As an outgrowth of her strengths and needs assessment findings, she has also created recommendations for sustainability for the district in relation to its DEI initiative and commitment. She's been a powerful addition to our district-wide culture, provided excellent parent education nights, done some extensive outreach with our staff in terms of professional development, and really made an impact. But this represents a year's worth of work, and it's a powerful report, and we look forward to her being able to share it with us tonight. So Christina, thank you immensely, but also welcome.
Thank you very much, Wendy. Can everyone hear me okay?
Yeah.
Okay. So thank you so much for having me here this evening. Again, my name is Christina Hale Elliott. I am the founder and principal consultant of Elliott Educational Services. I am an educator, I always say teacher first, over 20 years as an educator, as an English teacher, literacy coach, and a supervisor of teacher education, lecturer at the Graduate School of Education level. And so I really get excited about these opportunities to work with school districts in the visions that they have around diversity, equity, and inclusion. My pronouns are she, her, and hers. In addition to all the other things I named, I want to state that I'm also a mother of three beautifully brilliant young Black children who keep me very busy, especially now that we're all quarantined together over the past several months. I'm also the daughter of Jackie, daughter of Eva, daughter of Tommy. And it's in the intersection of all of those identities that I come here this evening to both honor those who have come before me, but also try to pave a way for those who will follow. So with that said, before I share my screen and go into the PowerPoint presentation, I did want to just set a context for this moment, because when we started these conversations a year ago, we're in a much different place as a country. And I think, you know, it would be irresponsible for me to start this presentation without at least naming kind of the context we're in. So if you will indulge me, I wrote a brief preamble, if you will, to my presentation that I'd like to share with you. Earlier this summer, I wrote an article detailing the conversation I had with my 9-year-old son following the murders of Ahmaud Arbery, Breonna Taylor, and George Floyd. I wrote about my son's unrelenting fear to go outside once he fully settled into the realization that his skin put him at risk of unprovoked violence and even death. In the piece, I shared that in an attempt to quell his fears, I found myself employing expert recommended strategies for talking with young Black children in these situations, assuring him that he was safe and that he did not need to worry. But I knew as I was speaking those words that they were promises that I could not ensure. I did not have space to detail in that article that later that evening, when I was helping my son prepare for bed, he shared, "I'm feeling a little braver now." He went on to reflect about how great he thought everything was before he learned about these senseless deaths, and that he would likely never be the same as he was prior to gaining that knowledge. But then he pivoted, asking if I had encountered a similar experience when I was a kid. I shared with him my memory of watching footage of the brutal beating of Rodney King here in Southern California and the resulting social unrest and uprising. And with that, our conversation moved into joint brainstorming of ways that we could use our voices for change. And the tone and mood of the day shifted to hope. If my son, at 9 years old, in a place developmentally where he was able to more fully grapple with the realities that my husband and I have shared with him numerous times before, understanding that there are those who will hate him simply because of his skin, and beyond just individuals, there are whole systems that will actively work against him and seek to subjugate and oppress him because of his skin. If my 9-year-old son can courageously, painstakingly, and in the face of fear, confront those truths and dwell in that uncomfortable reality and use it all to push him ultimately towards action, what excuse do any of us have? What excuse do we have to remain silent for fear of what our colleagues might think, fear of what promotions we might lose out on, or opportunities we might be denied because others think we are being too political, too abrasive, too angry? If you are not angry, then you are not my ally. And you can never hope to get to the point of being an accomplice or co-conspirator. We have no right to silence in this moment. As human beings who are taking up space on this earth, who live in community with one another, who raise kids, who teach classes, who file legal briefs, who drive buses, who wait tables, who clean office buildings, who perform surgeries, who breathe, when others have been denied that ability, we should all be angry. We should all be angry that none of us have been allowed our full humanity within a system of white supremacy. None of us is fully liberated when we are constrained by structures that enact racialized trauma over and over and over again. And let's make no mistakes, the education system in our country has and continues to be one of those structures. You would be hard pressed to find school buildings that have not borne witness to the soul wounds, as Resma Menakem puts it, that have been created within the very spaces where parents send their children to be supported and uplifted. Racialized trauma is enacted when slurs are spewed and then laughed off as a joke and not corrected. Racialized trauma is enacted when the curriculum denies your very existence or relegates you to one-dimensional narratives of oppression while ignoring your legacy of genius and joy. Racialized trauma is enacted when you are asked to participate in school activities that celebrate the very moments and eras in history that led to the denigration, desecration, and destruction of your people. And racialized trauma is enacted not just within those who are directly affected by the examples that I just mentioned, because if you witness or participate actively or passively in any such acts, becoming further and further desensitized to their power and impact, it cannot help but to diminish your own humanity. In the same way that parents and caregivers fret over the consequences of prolonged exposure to on-screen violence through video games and other forms of media, we should all be deeply worried about what the prolonged exposure to systemic racism is doing to our collective souls and to the souls of our children. So as I prepare to share the results of the Strengths and Needs Assessment and recommendations for next steps, I implore us all to lean into the discomfort that we will collectively feel so that we can get to the point where we declare that we are feeling a little braver now, and then we can begin to work towards change. So thank you for allowing me to share that, to kind of set the stage for this presentation. I believe, let's see here. Did that?
Yeah, you should see on the bottom share screen.
Okay,
and
there
then,
it goes. Yep.
Yeah.
Perfect. There we go. Perfect. Excellent. Okay.
That looks good.
So, you see it? Okay, perfect.
Mm-hmm.
So I wanted to begin by just catching everybody up on how we came to this point. I know there are those who have been along the way on this journey with us, but I've been now, I guess it was almost a year ago now when I started working with Locking Out of Unified, and was brought in as a consultant. And the screen that I'm sharing here is one that Wendy Sinnett shared at the Family Learning Series events that we facilitated in November of last year. Just to give a little context around why I was brought in. So, you know, Locking Out of Unified, as she stated here, is very intentional about the educational program, right? Very renowned for academic rigor and achievements and things for which it should be very proud. Likewise, Locking Out has been at the forefront of some very important movements around social emotional wellness. And that's something that's been gaining traction. And so I came in to look at what she named here as a systemic gap in the work to ensure equity and a climate that really is supportive of all students. And so thinking about how to be more intentional around that. So I know that the pictures here are not great, and I apologize for those, but I at least wanted to share them with you so that you could see. I am a nerd, and I love history, and so when I was going to start learning more about the district, I didn't want to just start with the present. I really wanted to go backwards and look at the historical context. So I was fortunate enough to be able to go to the local library in La Cañada and pull up the old school microfiche and looked at some newspaper articles from the time of the district's founding. And what I found there were these ads that were put in the paper, and there were ads for both the pro side and the con side around unifying the district and building a high school instead of having students attend John Muir High School in Pasadena Unified. And what was interesting to me in these ads was that there was on the pro side this very coded language that never explicitly came out and said anything about race as being a factor in why the district needed to educate high school students in-house. And yet there were terms like, phrases like don't pay for other people's problems. And thinking about the abilities, aptitudes, and IQs of La Cañada students that send those types of language that send a very clear message around what the thought was about students at John Muir High School and wanting to separate from that and house students in-house. On the other side of that, I saw those who were opposed to the unification really named the concern around insularity, right? And so the quote of, because our children live in a one-class community, they need to learn about the larger world. And they don't want to be restricted to the same group they've known for 12 years. And so I just found this really fascinating to see that these conversations were happening decades ago at the beginning of the district. And I think it's important that we acknowledge that as we think about how to move forward and thinking about that as a part of the context for where the district came from. So with that, now looking at current day demographics, right? And I don't think any of this is a surprise to anyone, the demographics, but we know that La Cañada, in terms of economically, the city has an average income of over 160,000. That is 2.5 times greater than the average within Los Angeles County. And then similarly for racial and ethnic distribution, right? We see a disparity between what's seen in the greater Los Angeles County area. And so what results is what a lot of interview participants and focus group participants referred to as the La Cañada bubble, right? And so this insular community in which students are only surrounded primarily by other similar students and families. And yet with that, you can still see diversity, right? And one of the ways you can see that is by looking at the trends over time. And so you can see in that top graph how the number of particularly Asian students within the district has really grown tremendously over the decades. I think this was over a 50-year period. And so there have been developments in terms of diversity and changes. And so the key is thinking about, in order to ensure equity, we have to be tapped into those changes. We have to be aware of the diversity that is there and think about how we're supporting all of those varied groups. And that bottom graph is students with special needs, right? It's not a huge percentage of the population, and yet it's important to be aware of those students and what their unique needs are and their unique strengths and how we can leverage those. So sometimes when I'm having these conversations, especially now where undoubtedly you all are overwhelmingly busy trying to prepare for this unprecedented school year that's coming up, people will say, why are we having these conversations now, right? And so I think it's important for us to realize the context that we're in. So even before school closures, we were having conversations at the district about the anti-Asian racism that had come about because of the coronavirus, right? We know now that there's disproportionality in terms of the groups that are being affected by COVID-19. Specifically, Black, Latinx, and Indigenous communities are having greater impacts from it. We also know about economic inequities that are having an effect. And then as I spoke to before, the anti-Black violence and social uprisings that have taken on prominence in terms of people talking about them around the globe. And then, of course, there are the distance learning challenges, thinking about how to be equitable in access to technology, thinking about equity gaps that already existed and how those are not further exacerbated, and then other economic disparities and also familial responsibilities, right? Who's able to be at home with students to support them during the day, and that's going to vary. And so part of the responsibility of schools as they return is to, one, think about how to support students and families who have experienced these different things, but then also helping students to really unpack all of this as part of an overall social justice curriculum, right? Students should be thinking critically about these different issues because it's not something that they're unaware of, right? We're all actively involved in this moment. And so as educators, we need to think about how do we support students in working through all of these really heavy issues. So I wanted to take a moment to reflect on what we were able to accomplish this past school year. So the strengths and needs assessment obviously was the big piece that I was working on. And so that included interviews, focus groups. We had the family learning series events where we were able to garner additional information from parents and caregivers and get feedback that way. The Panorama Ed survey that's always conducted, I was able to review that again and disaggregate it further to look for more information and tell me more about specific groups' experiences within the district. I also had a chance to visit every school site and do classroom visits. And then there was quantitative data analysis that I received, data that I received from the district directly, and then also California Department of Ed data. I was fortunate to have a good friend and colleague of mine from UC Riverside who directs the assessment and evaluation there at the university. He was able to come on as a subcontractor and help with disaggregating a lot of that quantitative data analysis, which gave some good insight. But in addition to the strengths and needs assessment, thankfully, right before school closures, we were able to get in half-day professional development sessions with certificated staff. And so at each school site, there were multiple sessions where we were able to focus in on cultivating diverse, equitable, and inclusive learning spaces, an introduction, right? Because a half-day session isn't going to be the end of the conversation, but we had a great introduction. And with that, we talked about recognizing identity and privilege, culture, bias. We looked into defining diversity, equity, inclusion, and what that meant for each of the participants, and then looking at what the definitions were that the district has come up with. We addressed different tensions that may come up around personal, strategic, and structural areas. And then at the high school level, we talked a lot about how do you respond to offensive language. We spent some time on that. And at the elementary level, we were talking about discussing race and how you can bring that into your curriculum. So those were some really great sessions, and I'm very grateful we were able to get them in before school closures occurred. In addition to that, there was the Talking with Young Children About Race workshops that were facilitated both for families, but then also for elementary faculty so that they knew what was discussed with families. And then there was also work that was done with district leadership around defining key terms, the commitment statement. I was able to introduce the Responding to Hate and Bias at School documents, as well as the Speak Up at School, which is from Teaching Tolerance. And they're just really great practical tips about how you respond, because so many times what I hear from educators and students alike is just not knowing what to say in those moments. You hear an offensive comment but don't know how to respond. And so those two documents have some really great strategies for how to respond in those moments where you might not otherwise know what to do. There was also a lot of collaboration with community partners that I was excited to be able to participate in. And then finally, throughout the year, I provided resources for school staff and faculty and district staff. And I have a database that I'm now finalizing with a lot of those resources so they can be easily accessed by staff and faculty. So in terms of the findings, so what I did, and I spoke about this when I first started last year, I used a model that came out of the work of Tony Bright with the Chicago Consortium. And he and his team did research around how do you have significant long-term change in schools. And so what they identified were these 5 essential supports. So in going out and looking for the areas of strength or the assets, I tried to hone in on these 5 areas and thinking about what are the strengths that fit into each of these. Now, obviously, there are many more assets that the district has, and I'm sure if we got together staff and faculty and families, you all could fill up multiple slides with these assets. So these should just be seen as some initial key assets that I saw as potential levers to be used to then affect change with some of the areas for growth. So in terms of district and school leadership, there's been this shift from the zero tolerance policy, which is amazing, and it's something we're seeing in a lot of districts around the country. What we know is that zero tolerance policies often have disproportionate negative effects on students of color, on students with disabilities, on LGBTQ youth. And so having this shift is an awesome move in the right direction. There's also some really specific language in the non-discrimination and harassment policy that lends itself well to being very pointed about the types of protections that should be in place for students. And I think will serve well when we think about some other areas that could be tightened up around language in policies. One of the things that came out of some of the feedback from staff and faculty is acknowledging that there has been recognition of some existing challenges that have been made by the district and the board, being very mindful of some of these things that are going on, and that's an area of strength. And then finally, just the overall commitment and bringing on a consultant to work in these issues is something that was pointed out as a strength. So I won't go over each one just because I know, it's a lot. But in terms of professional capacity, just to highlight a couple, the social emotional training social emotional learning training that's already started within the district is a huge asset that can be utilized because it's already having staff begin to think about how to be really mindful of their decisions, of how they are operating within the classroom or wherever their domain is. And all of those practices are really important when you're thinking about how to less operate out of bias, for example. So that's something that'll be great to tap into. And in fact, I've had the opportunity to speak now several times with one of the main facilitators of that training. And so we're talking more about how we can partner so that staff sees that seamless connection between those trainings. In terms of parent and community ties, some of the things that came up there, multilingual communication with families. There is the Family Learning Series event that can be tapped into, and we already did that last year, started doing that. Student-centered learning climate. Clubs and organizations were listed time and time again on student surveys that I sent out. So students in LCHS 7 through 12 completed surveys around DEI in the district and gave feedback. And clubs and organizations were one of the main things they pointed to in terms of what's going well. the support that they feel, being able to be a part of groups where they feel their identity is not just acknowledged, but supported, was something that was a really powerful thing for students. I already spoke to the social emotional learning. And then another thing that came out was there was a large number of students from that survey who spoke to really feeling supported and understood at school, which I think is very powerful, particularly when we're talking about adolescents, right? We're talking about middle and high school students. So the fact that so many are feeling supported and understood is something that is definitely a strength worth noting. And then in terms of instructional guidance, high academic achievement, obviously that's something that the district does really well. And we also have, sorry, I'm gonna make sure I can read this clearly. There are individual teachers and counselors who are already addressing many of these issues, who are already doing this work. And I thought that was important to name. And there are people who are already doing it, and there are those who are committed to getting started in a really thoughtful way. And so I've had numerous staff members email me throughout the year to say, hey, Christina, I want to do more. How can I do more? What resources can I use? And so that's something that's really encouraging for me. And then also beyond what the teachers are doing, there are some subject matters and material that lends itself really well to these conversations. And students pointed to that in their survey responses. In terms of the areas for growth, so I'm just highlighting a few here for the sake of time, and definitely not going into the detail that I went to in the report. The report, I believe, ended up at somewhere around 42 pages. So there's definitely detail there that will not be shared here. But just to give a glimpse, one of the main areas for growth that came out, and this was noted by every stakeholder group, was this culture of fear or silence. And this was referred to around when controversial topics come up. Some people mentioned it when offensive language is used. And it's the idea of not wanting to say the right thing, wrong thing, not knowing what to say, and the result being silence. And for me, what was one of the most telling things was actually having a focus group with students, and the students naming that they believed some of their teachers were afraid to speak up. And I thought it was so powerful that students were able to acknowledge that. And the reason being, in their view, that they were afraid of what the repercussions might be if they spoke up and said something that others might view as controversial, or there might be some pushback from families who didn't agree with the statement. And so I think this is one key piece to be addressed, because without the courage there that Joe spoke to earlier, nothing else can be done with integrity, right? And so thinking about how we address this fear is going to be huge. Another thing that came up was the limited staff and faculty knowledge of the culture and history of diverse racial, ethnic, and cultural groups. I thought it was important, and in the report, I go into a little detail about naming that this is not unique to La Cañada. There's a wonderful scholar and author by the name of Bettina Love, and in her book, We Want to Do More Than Survive, she notes that there are very few teacher education programs who actually require student teachers to take a class to learn about other cultures or other histories, right? So you can effectively go through your teacher credentialing program and not learn about the students you'll be serving in terms of their cultural background, the histories behind that. And so that showed up in the surveys in terms of what staff and faculty said they had as their knowledge base. But I think there's a lot of opportunities for how the district can support staff and faculty in that area. Perceptions of color blindness, or now more commonly phrased as race evasion and assimilation. This is another area where it's not unique to the district. Oftentimes, both of these are stated as being, as attempts to be helpful, right? So it's the idea of, I don't see color because I see all of my students the same, right? And so the idea is I'm seeing them as individuals, and so that's a positive thing. The reality is, one, it's impossible, right? You do see everyone's color. I often will say in trainings, you know, if you're looking at me right now and you don't see me as a Black woman, then, you know, I need you to stop this training and go to the nearest hospital, because there's a problem, there's a disconnect here if you're not seeing my color. And then the other piece beyond that is that students' identities, be it racial identity, ethnic identity, their gender identity and expression, that's part of who they are, right? So if you say you don't see their color, then you're denying part of their experience. And so that's something that came up in the surveys with staff and faculty. Other things that came up, the events that take place, particularly at the elementary level, there are some that center a European American viewpoint and others that exclude diverse family structures. So in terms of the European American viewpoint, for example, the colonial days, right? If we think about what was happening with other groups during that time period, you have Black Americans who were enslaved, you have indigenous people who had lost their land or were losing their land, who were being brutally murdered, right? And so to celebrate a time like that in a way that's not, it's not about discussing it in a really critical way, but to do it in a celebratory fashion really does center a European American viewpoint, and in many ways negates the experiences of other groups. And similarly with the events that exclude diverse family structures, some of that is just being mindful of who would not be included in this. So if you're going to have a father-daughter dance, are there any of your students who would not be able to participate in this activity because of the makeup of their family? And then it's simply thinking about, how do we restructure this? How do we reframe it in a way that really is inclusive and inviting for everyone? Another point that came up was greater diversity needed within the curriculum. I had the opportunity to look at some sample syllabi that were provided at the high school level. And one of the things that showed up was that in the ELA classes in 9th through 11th grade, there are no non-white major texts. And this was looking at the syllabi from last year, from the 2019 to 20 school year. So there were supplementary texts that had diverse authors, but in terms of the authors of what were listed as the major texts for the courses, it wasn't until 12th grade English that you had non-white authors. And with those white authors from grades 9 through 11, only 2 of them were women. So those are the types of things that it's important to be reflective of, because what so often happens is that we were taught a certain way, we were taught certain texts, we used what was considered the canon, and we replicate that time and time again. And then what we're doing is, you know, continuing to exclude certain authors from the curriculum. And that was particularly, that was in college, in the college readiness courses, that was taking place in those ELA courses. In terms of differentiation, there was some evidence of additional support needed for differentiation in the classroom, for support for students with varied learning needs. Now, this includes students who are English learners and students with disabilities, but really it's students across the board who just learn differently. And one of the things that came up was that because La Cañada is such a high achieving district, some students named feeling as though their kind of general level courses were being taught as AP courses, and feeling as though the instruction was really geared towards kind of the top tier students. And so for those who did not feel like they were at that place, some students named feeling that they weren't included in that way in terms of the support within classrooms. And so it's something worth being mindful of, how to equip staff and faculty with additional tools for differentiation. Some of that came up in the surveys as well, where faculty indicated that they would appreciate additional tools in terms of supporting unique learning needs. So another area was the limited diversity of staff and faculty. This is a chart of certificated staff looking at the race and ethnicity distribution. So as you see, hopefully you can see there, but almost 70% of certificated staff identifies as white. And if we think back to that original chart that we looked at earlier on in the presentation, I believe it was, we were at around 30, no, what was the number? I have to look back at the number here, but that number is disproportionate with the number of white students within the district. So something to be mindful of. And then obviously if we're looking at Los Angeles County as a whole, there's disproportionality there as well. So thinking about what we can do to better support additional diversity amongst staff and faculty. Oh, so the number was, there's just over 45% of white students. And for the certificated staff, we have 70%, roughly 70% of certificated staff. Now those numbers become even more pronounced when we're looking at pupil personnel services, where I believe we were somewhere around 81%, I believe it was, of pupil personnel services that identified as white. And you see disparities also when looking at, for example, the Asian population. Asian students make up over 30% of the population in La Cañada Unified, but in terms of certificated staff, the Asian staff makes up approximately 10%. And this was pretty consistent in looking across the board. When you look at classified staff, the numbers do change a bit, and you do have more Black and Latinx staff members in particular. But I found it interesting, the only one area in terms of staff categories where you didn't have an overrepresentation of white staff members was in maintenance and services. So again, these are not things that are unique to La Cañada Unified. And we know from research that across the country, the teaching staff in particular is mainly female and mainly white. So it's not specific to La Cañada Unified, and yet it's still crucially important to be reflective of what are the ways that the district can go about recruiting a more diverse staff, supporting that staff, retaining that staff, promoting that staff, so that students are seeing a representation of a variety of individuals before them. So a couple more areas for growth, offensive language. There is a quote here from one of the surveys, and it states, "I hear homophobic and racist slurs constantly. It's practically background noise at this point, and that type of language should not be at all acceptable at LCHS." So this is something that, again, one of the ones that came up with all stakeholders, staff, faculty, families, students named this offensive language as being something that was a concern. And that's, again, racist, sexist, and homophobic slurs in particular. And this came up at all levels, so elementary, middle, and high, but obviously hearing more about it at the middle and high school level. And much of it at the middle and high school level were these jokes, right? So it's said in a way that is supposed to be a joke. And so, again, going back to how I talked about providing tools for staff, faculty, and students to respond to that. How do you respond when somebody's not saying it in a malicious way, and yet still the impact is that it is very hurtful? And how do we teach students what is acceptable and not acceptable in terms of their language? Another thing that came up was the inconsistent or unclear discipline policies and procedures. And a lot of this people tied into that offensive language. There were a lot of responses to surveys that said, you know, I hear this language and I don't see anything being done about it. What is the real policy around this? And when I had a chance to look at the policies, I did see some variation amongst the different school sites around the language that was used, around listing specific tiered levels of consequences. And so wanting to have more consistency there. So it's really clear to students, to families, and to faculty and staff, what will be the disciplinary procedures in terms of any infractions, but in particular, people were speaking a lot about the offensive language. So this quote reads, "There needs to be reinforcements for kids who use homophobic and racist words. I couldn't tell you how many times I've heard the N-word from white and Asian students at LCHS who think it's funny or a joke, not including the amount of times I've been called derogatory terms and harassed just for being a lesbian. My girlfriend and I are terrified to come out to anyone in fear of backlash." So that for me was really striking, because you think about students who feel like they can't fully be themselves and be true to who they are for fear of what they're going to hear in response. There also came up the point of needing greater inclusion of students with disabilities at the secondary level, academically and socially. So again, going back to this idea of, because La Cañada is such a high achieving district, how are we supporting students with disabilities and including them as much as possible into mainstream courses? How do we have those supports in place? Because one of the things that is a factor is that in special education courses, in resource classes, those don't meet A through G requirements, right? So there are ways in which we could be inadvertently hindering students and their future endeavors if we are placing them in a resource class when they could otherwise be in a general education course if they had the right support. And so it's thinking about how we put those supports in place for everyone to succeed. And then empathy development, wanting to think about how we can best support students to really empathize with one another. One of the interesting ways that this showed up was that in the surveys, there were a large number of responses to the question around what needs to be improved. A large number of responses said nothing, everything's great, right? Which at face value sounds really, really promising. And yet then you see quotes like the ones I've shared on this page, and other ones where people wrote about going home in tears because they didn't feel fully included, or they felt they were tired of hearing offensive language geared towards them. And so that's where you begin to think about, well, is it that everything is perfect, or is it that we're not hearing one another's stories? Is it that we're not empathizing with what other people are experiencing? And so how do we build that within students so that they really are getting a feel for other people's lives? And then finally, there were quite a few areas where there were disparities with student and family outcomes. So I just listed a couple here for the chart. So this first one, again, in terms of strengths, LCUSD consistently is above the state average for all ethnic groups, which is a huge strength and accomplishment. Wanting to be mindful though of looking at particular subgroups and seeing where there's room for growth. So if you look, most of the subgroups here of the different ethnicities are around, 80% or so and above. But when we look at Black African American students, they're at 68.8% in both ELA and math. And this was on the CAF test. So being mindful of those disparities and how we support those groups who are not experiencing the successes that we know they're capable of experiencing. And then similarly looking at students with special needs and the suspension rate, right? And so we know in looking before that students with special needs, I believe, made up 10% of the population, and yet when we look at students who are suspended, they're making up 25.5%. Now, it's important to note, right, that there are small sample sizes involved here, and that's absolutely worth noting. And so you have to keep that in mind. And yet I still encourage looking deeper into why some of these patterns might be emerging. And again, what are the supports that can be put in place so that they don't continue on. And then just a few things that I listed as areas for further examination. Several people brought up the experiences of students on permit and how there are ways in which they do not feel fully included in the learning experience at La Cañada Unified. Another point to look into further is because some subgroups are so small, you can't disaggregate, or it's hard to disaggregate. In some cases, the state will not allow you to disaggregate because they're so small, so for privacy reasons. But if you were to look at multi-year experiences of those students, then it would give you a large enough sample size that you could really dig into what's going on. And then you also get to see progression over time. So I encourage that multi-year dig, especially into these smaller subgroups. And reviewing subjective discipline codes and doing just a preliminary look at some of the data around discipline. There were some of the subjective discipline codes that seemed to come up more frequently with particular subgroups of students. So that's something, again, to just look into a little further and make sure, because what generally happens, and research has shown us, is that when we look at categories like disrespect, when we look at categories like defiance, those things mean different things to each of us. And so that's where, whenever there's that ambiguity, that's where bias can come in. And so thinking about what exactly the language is around those subjective discipline codes, and then tracking that data to see if there are any red flags that are coming up. And then finally, thinking about the interventions that are currently in use. So I talked about how the district might be able to include students with special needs more into general education courses. Part of that is around thinking about the interventions that are in place. And thinking about, if we look at response to intervention, which is often used more frequently at the elementary level, thinking about how those types of strategies can be employed even at middle and high school level, and thinking about, the first tier where it's really strong differentiated instruction for the entire class. And then you move up to when you need smaller groups that require additional support, and that support is given, and there's specific ideas and strategies around what that might look like. And then eventually you get to that top tier where it's individual support that might be needed, and if necessary, consideration for special education classification. But starting with really reviewing interventions is a good place to think about, okay, what other tools can we put in place to make sure that staff and faculty have what they need to support students. So the recommendations are actually on another, I'm going to pull up. Thumbs up if you see the recommendations. So yes, okay, perfect. So the recommendations I put together in a report and again, organized it according to those 5 essential supports. So I will not bore you by reading through every single one of them, but I'll kind of highlight.
Christina, hold on.
Yes.
I know we did the recommendation slide, but you're going to have to go into your share screen if you're pulling up a Word doc or a different document. I don't think we see it.
Oh, okay. My apologies. Let me come back. Well, where is the?
So at the bottom, share screen, then they'll give you choices of the screens to share if you have the document open on your desktop.
I do have it open, but unfortunately, I'm not seeing my share screen button is not highlighted. And I think.
Well, push escape and then maybe move your mouse to the bottom of the screen. It might pop up. Yeah, it's at the bottom.
It could be a bar that kind of once you share screen, it disconnects.
Okay, let me see.
Let me see if I can stop sharing your screen for a second and then.
Okay, thank you.
Get back. Okay, all right, try again now.
Here we go. There goes the bar. Yes.
Great. Okay, we see it.
See that? Okay, perfect.
Yeah.
Thank you for letting me know that, Joe, and thanks for your help, Jamie. So in terms of next steps and recommendations, so first of all, I explained at the beginning of this report with recommendations that this is not a finalized list of all the steps that need to be taken to achieve equity within the district, right? These are just some initial steps, ideally within the next 1 to 3 years, based on the areas for growth that showed up and the strengths that are in place that could be addressed within these next few years, and that I think would garner really powerful returns. It's also anticipated that as you're doing these steps, other action items will come up because other things will surface. But in terms of district and school leadership, one of the things that I think is really important, and I think particularly in this moment we're in as a country, is to formally acknowledge, reckon with, and work to heal from the role of white flight and systemic racism in the district's founding. And I know this is one of those moments that I'm sure are feeling uncomfortable for folks. And if we were to stop and take kind of stock of our bodies, there might be things that are clenching right now, or we might feel a tightness. And I just want to name that for folks because this is an uncomfortable topic, right? And so I want to encourage you to breathe through that, but also to lean into it. Because what's happening right now in our country, and I'm proud of us because we had started this conversation last year when we talked about how we get to the point of reconciliation and healing. But right now in this country, that's being echoed within every sector. The idea of we can't run from the past and the history of where we came from. And we have to recognize that that history served as a foundation. So as much wonderful work as we do to try to now address different subgroups and subpopulations and think about different programs to put in place, we're continuing to build on top of a faulty foundation. And so I think it's important to just be really explicit in naming that, being honest about it. And I actually think the district could be, tremendous trailblazers in that regard, because this is another one of those, not unique to La Cañada Unified. This is something, this idea of white flight happened across the country, but I think that La Cañada is in a position where they could be, you all could be forerunners in taking the stand to say, we're going to be honest in talking about what happened. I also think this is important because in walking away from zero tolerance policies, what the district has stated is a desire for more restorative practices. Well, at the heart of restorative justice and restorative practices is community, truth-telling, healing, right? And this could be a wonderful example of doing that as adults, if we're going to then ask students to do that themselves. Another thing that I think is important, we started the work of defining these key terms and coming up with a commitment statement and vision. I think that needs to be solidified and shared out just so that it's very clear to everyone where the district stands on these issues. Likewise, something that came up several times with staff and faculty was the idea of wanting to know what the expectations are. Staff and faculty said, we want to know, you know, what the district expects from us in terms of these conversations, but then also what are our rights and what are students' rights? Because again, we're thinking about the culture of fear, and we're thinking about what the pushback might be, even thinking about potential litigation, right? People want to know where do I stand? Where are my rights? Where are the expectations? And they want to know that they'll be supported by the district. So I think gaining clarity around that as leadership and then sharing that on to staff is going to be very important. And then the development of equity teams, right? So there need to be spaces where these conversations are taking place, where data is being reviewed to look for any inequities, where there's the brainstorming of new ideas of how to solve or address any disparities that have been noted. And equity teams are a great way to do that. And these would be groups that have a cross-section of constituents. So you would have district leaders, you would have school site leaders, you would have teachers, both general ed and special education. You would have counselors and other pupil personnel services. You would have family members. You would have alumni. I know that the La Cañada alumni have really become vocal in recent months in talking about how they would like to be a part of supporting changes in some of these areas. And so inviting them in to be a part of these teams could be a great way to build some of that camaraderie and the support for moving forward. So developing equity teams, I think, is something that should happen sooner than later, so that there's a place for this work to live and to grow. And then just reviewing and revising district school policies, looking for consistency and clarity. So again, there were some things that I saw just in looking over documents. Some of it is around language that's used. So making sure that the language that's used reflects what's preferred by groups. So for example, instead of using Native American, right, using something like Indigenous or First Nations, thinking about the use of pronouns and making sure there's inclusion there. Another thing with that review is looking for consistency. So when I was reviewing data, there were some areas where, in looking at racial and ethnic data, ethnicities were listed, and other areas where it was just race, right? And so being able to have consistency in that would allow to be able to see greater insights into what's going on within the district. In terms of professional capacity, I think there's some great opportunities for support with training. I think that having trainings around restorative practices, it's great to have a commitment to it. It's important though to have actual investment in making sure that all staff members are familiar with what that means, understand what that approach really looks like. So I'm recommending that that would include board members, district leadership, and school site staff and faculty, because all of those individuals will have a part in creating policy and also or in enacting those policies. So I think it's important that all of those constituents be really familiar with what really is meant by restorative practices and how you can do that in really impactful and meaningful ways. Similarly, having training around culturally responsive and sustaining education. We started some of that in those conversations that took place right before school closure, in working with certificated staff at the school sites. But I think, again, this is one of those areas where it's important to include everyone who's going to be involved in making decisions and then in carrying out those decisions, really knows what it would look like to have curriculum and pedagogy that really is being inclusive and responsive and supportive of all students, and making sure that students are getting what's referred to often as mirrors and windows, right? So a mirror in that they're able to see themselves reflected, but a window in that they're able to see into the lives of other people from different backgrounds. Then having ongoing professional development and technical assistance on differentiated instruction. I spoke to that earlier, so making sure that those tools are in place for teachers. Another thing is, and I am excited, I've already started having these conversations with Deborah, thinking about HR, but how do we encourage and incentivize staff and faculty completion of courses about the history and culture of diverse groups? So we're going to ask them to be culturally responsive in how they deliver instruction and how they choose materials and curricula. Then they should have some familiarity with different groups and their backgrounds and their histories. And so thinking about how that can be supported by the district. Another thing that I recommend, is a human resources equity audit. So just taking a look at what are the policies, the practices, the procedures that are in place, and where is there room for growth in terms of making sure that we're really bringing in a diverse group of individuals as staff and faculty, and then supporting them once they're here. And lastly, in this section, I do recommend hiring someone in a senior district administrator role to spearhead efforts to ensure district-wide diversity, equity, inclusion. So oftentimes this will look like a director of diversity, equity, inclusion. I recognize La Cañada is a small district, so I know that's a big ask. And yet what I think we have seen as educators and know to be true, right, is that when we have areas that need attention, that warrant attention, you put somebody there to create the vision, to make sure it's followed through, to be a point person around accountability. We do that when we think about curriculum and instruction, right? And it's not saying that everyone else is not responsible for that, but that there's someone who is kind of the go-to person, and that they're given the support and resources they need to really be able to do that in an effective way. So moving on, parent and community ties, continuing with the family learning series that are focused on diversity, equity, and inclusion, collaborating with local organizations and nearby schools and districts. One of the things that came up was because there are some limits in terms of the diversity that students experience. If there were partnerships with other community organizations or with other nearby school districts, that would allow for greater engagement with and appreciation of and even empathy with people from different backgrounds and perspectives. Now, one of the things that I noted in the report here is that I do think is important that as those collaborations are happening, we're also being really mindful of addressing those offensive language issues, right? Because what you don't want to do is invite people into environments where they're now going to be experiencing, for example, racialized trauma or something of that nature, right? So we want to make sure that we're doing that in tandem with also working internally on the culture within school sites around language use and, bias in both in language and in actions. I also think it would be really useful to have exit surveys when families decide to leave the school district. I heard from quite a few families who talked about either their decision to leave the district or considering to leave the district. that were tied to some of these issues around diversity, equity, and inclusion. And more often than not, they were families who had students from historically marginalized populations. So students with disabilities, students of color, those types of things. And so thinking about giving surveys so that you can get that data to figure out why are families deciding to leave the district, and is it something that the district could do on their part to better support families. Student-centered learning climate, I referenced several times now the responding to hate and bias at school and speak of the school protocols. We've started that process. Again, I spoke with certificated staff in February and March when I did those trainings, and we began working on these documents, working through them. I know that the district was in the process of creating some quick sheets that would go out to staff and faculty and also to students that give them quick responses and ways that you can act if you hear offensive language. So that's something that I definitely think should be followed through on and paired with some training for students as well to think about how they can best be advocates for change. Hosting focus groups for subgroups of students and families who are experiencing disparate outcomes. And then with the restorative justice policies and structures need to be in place to pair with the training. Making sure that there's regular disaggregated review of early warning system indicators at each school site. And so those equity task force or equity teams could be a great place for this to happen. So we know from research that there are certain areas that are red flags, right? So you look at achievement data, you look at discipline data, you look at attendance data, right? And those will give you indications as to whether there might be issues that could further develop down the road for particular students and for particular groups of students. And so making sure we're disaggregating that data and looking at those early warning systems. And then a suggestion of having affinity groups, right? Some of those exist. You have the GSA at the middle and high school level. And I know there's the Korean outreach PTA efforts, but thinking about how more affinity groups could be created to offer greater support for, particularly for groups that maybe not have a critical mass within the district, so that they can feel really supported and seen and heard within that space. And then finally, instructional guidance. Analyzing curricular materials to determine the extent to which they align with the district's commitment to and vision for DEI. So, you know, in my view, ideally, what this looks like is, you know, sitting back and thinking about, okay, we have these students in front of us. What would it look like within our curriculum? What would our curriculum need to look like for all of these students to be successful? What would support our students within the curriculum? And starting from there to build your curriculum, right? And obviously that's something that takes time. And so in the meantime, there are a myriad of tools that I'm happy to share and guide the district with for looking at the materials that you already have in place and thinking about the extent to which they're supportive. But I think really kind of, instead of, again, adding on to and doing Band-Aids, really ultimately stepping back and thinking about what would our curriculum look like if we had all of our students in mind, all of their successes in mind, all of their well-being in mind, and how do we create it like that? But then also thinking about, if we're doing this well, we're going to attract even more students and more families who see this as a place where students can be supported in all of their diversity and all of their identities. And so how do we make it flexible enough to be able to move with whatever influx we get within our student population? Reviewing the special education referral and reclassification processes at each site, including general education interventions. I spoke to that a moment ago. Including courses that highlight the experiences of historically marginalized groups. So this would be things like Asian studies, Chicano studies, queer studies, ethnic studies. And one of the things that's interesting when you look at the California Department of Education framework for social studies in particular, ninth grade is a year that's positioned for electives. So that, in my opinion, could be a great way to begin to insert some of these courses because, for example, ethnic studies is already a course that's recommended by the California Department of Education. But having these spaces where students are learning about the histories of different groups, I think particularly with the large Asian population within La Cañada Unified, I think Asian studies would be a tremendous course to have. I know that some neighboring districts have it. Arcadia Unified, for example, they have an Asian studies course. So thinking about how those can be integrated with, you know, the note that I include in the report that if brought in as electives in ninth grade, because that's kind of the best end for them, thinking about how those courses can be elevated in stature, because again, having a course about certain groups' histories as electives and optional, when other histories are taught as mandatory, can go to further marginalize. And so thinking about how you elevate the status of those courses. And then finally, incorporating and prioritizing varied assessments and opportunities to demonstrate diverse modes of learning and understanding. So again, this gets to some of the things that came up from students around feeling like because this is such a high achieving district, you know, where do I fit in and how am I seen and how am I supported? And I think one great way to do that is by thinking creatively about assessment, right? When we look at some of the research and scholarly work that's out around assessment, it's really thinking about assessments as more of a photo album than of a single picture, right? So it's thinking beyond the test score to illustrate what a student knows and what their capabilities are and what their strengths are. But how do we have a photo album that has an array of ways to demonstrate their knowledge and their strengths and what they bring with them? So I have been speaking for a very long time. So let's see. I would like to stop sharing my screen, but now I'm going to have the same issue, I guess. Are we good now?
I gotcha. Yeah, you're good.
Perfect.
Well,
So thank you. I don't know if there are any questions.
Yeah, we'll have public comments too. Maybe I'll kick it off if you don't mind. First off, thanks. I think I'm really, everything you've done here exceeded my expectations from when we started this journey. I mean, the thoroughness of the assessment and the robustness of the recommendations, and to see you kind of really tell the story and take us through it tonight was excellent. I see one of our immediate next steps as trying to then to digest everything that you've kind of highlighted and put together our own roadmap and prioritize a lot of the things you've mentioned. You mentioned the time horizon of 1 to 3 years and a longer term commitment. But from your point of view, I know I pulled out when I went through your report 15, 16, 17 plus key things that I saw, and there's many more. But from your point of view, what are the top 2 or 3 things, if we could focus on anything in the next 6 months to a year, that you'd recommend we tackle first? And I'm not to put you in the spot, but I didn't know, I mean, because right now you list your 5 areas. I love the model. I love how you bucketed it, but is there something that pops to you that these are must do, must move now, 2 or 3 key things?
So yeah, I think starting at that leadership level and thinking about you know, those definitions and commitment statements, which thankfully we're already in the process of those, and I think you know, if they're not finalized, they're very near to being finalized. But I think having those foundational pieces in place so that everyone's clear about where the district stands on these areas. And then with that, the expectations for staff and faculty, you know, I've been brought in to do trainings with them about how to have conversations, but what does district leadership, what does the board actually want staff and faculty to do? You know, what do they want them to say? At what points do they want them to intervene? And what is the support that's going to be there? So I think those expectations, I heard that quite a bit from staff and faculty, just wanting clarity around that. And then I think the equity team, again, having a place for this to live and to grow. And what's lovely about those is you're bringing in folks. So you're bringing in families, you're bringing in staff and faculty. So you're bringing in a cross section, you're bringing in students. And so that way you're getting multiple voices and multiple perspectives. I think in doing that, you're going to address so many other areas because now you have a place to begin doing some of those. And I'll just add with that the trainings around restorative practice, just because it's great to leave zero tolerance, but if you don't have another model to replace it with that is fully understood by everybody and fully utilized by everybody, then we're still, have some room for growth there in terms of discipline policies. And so that, and then also just additional training with staff around culturally responsive education. What will it look like when this is in action? So those will be kind of my initial things, but I think some of the other ones will fit within that. So if there's training around culturally responsive and sustaining education, that can incorporate that, responding to hate and bias at school. That can be part of those trainings. So I think a lot of these can fit within some of the other areas. There's overlap.
Thanks. Others, any comments, thoughts, questions?
I'd love to jump in, Joe, if you
Please.
don't mind. First of all, Christine, thank you so much for that thorough presentation. You've given quite a bit for us to digest, and I think that's the key point that I'd like to lead with. There's so much to look at, but I do want to be able to take this information and to really look at it, decipher it, take it apart one by one. And then we've already gotten, and you mentioned in your presentation, the alumni group that's put together some resources for us to also look at. I think it's important for us to look at all the information that's coming in, and then the mention of equity groups to be able to read through, to think through, to dialogue, share perspectives, and also share definitions to see how we are viewing the different pieces of information that is being presented. I think that that's key, because right now the way I'm looking at it is we have to definitely have a place that we can house it, it being this whole experience, all of it, but also how do we begin to look at taking it apart and seeing how we can embed each piece and make it sustainable. And excuse the noise in the background, that's my dog Theo. I think he wants in on the conversation too. So I'm gonna put you on mute again. So thank you first, and then looking at how do we get that information and really take the time. And I think as a board, and then with the leadership team and Wendy, with all of us together, we need to look at some timelines that we can check in. Not just say, okay, we'll deal with this in a year or 2 years or 3 years, because definitely any type of change takes at least 18 months minimum, I think, if we're looking at organizational structure. But we need some check-in points to see, okay, what have we done? What questions do we have? Where do we go next? So I think some check-in timelines are extremely important for us to look at.
Absolutely.
I think I would like to also thank you for an excellent report and helping us have a roadmap forward. But I also think, in addition to what Kaiser was talking about check-ins and in the future, I think it's also incumbent upon us to immediately incorporate some of your suggestions. Like, for instance, I was thinking about some of your comments about our curriculum and textbooks and how we could incorporate or make sure that when we're making decisions about textbooks, we're looking at things like that. Does the textbook reflect diversity appropriately? And I think that that's something that we need going forward, so that if next month our consideration is what's the appropriate math textbook, we're also looking to see if that math textbook looks at what we want it to look at. So I think even though we have that path that Kaiser was talking about, sort of the long term, how do we go about doing it, checking in, I also think that it's incumbent upon us to immediately incorporate as many of those things as we can.
I'll just jump in here. Thank you so much, Christine. I really appreciate really appreciate your presentation. Just a couple of things. I just wanted to point out just details about your report. One of the positive things was figure 12, just how receptive our teachers were to incorporating new material. I thought that was good. Now, some of the negatives, I'm really concerned about the 18% of students not feeling supported, the frequency of the slurs, and I think the students with disabilities not feeling included. I think that's a great point. And does the staff look like me is one of the questions. Not me, but I mean when the students answered. So, and I echo what my colleagues have said. I think there's so much to digest, and I think we should at least focus on a few main issues. And I'll just say a couple ones that really resonated with me: the curriculum review and how it reflects what we're doing here. And I really like the idea of training everyone from all the staff to the board to us. I think that's a great idea. And then other thing that resonated with me was the community outreach, to reaching out to our community and possibly other schools. So we're getting out of the La Cañada bubble, as you put it. And the other thing I like is incentivizing the staff to do the training. So I really like that, and I'm really excited. Just one thing I have to say is I read the book The Color of Law by Richard Rothstein recently, and Joe recommended that, and just totally opened my eyes. So anyway, thank you.
You're welcome.
You did your homework, Brent. Great. Any other comments? I know we can go to the public pretty soon, but Cabinet, any thoughts? I mean, you're a big part of this.
I actually want to hear from the public as well, and then come back and maybe do some more dialogue, and not to cut off the cabinet by any means, forgive me. But I do want to hear some comments to see what the thoughts are, what's percolating.
Well, let's make
Public comment's great, and we can go back to cabinet.
Okay, so let's make it be. Jamie, what do you got? Let's cue them up.
Thank you. All right, give me a second to get this presentable. Hold on, I'm not sure the right thing was sharing. 1 second. Okay, there we go. All right, let me just make this a tiny bit bigger. So we have about 11 comments, and 11 of them on this, 10 comments on this topic. So let me just enlarge this a bit. Okay, our first comment comes from Jeff, LCUSD parent. And he writes, "We thank Mrs. Hale Elliott for her opinion, sincerity, and continuing her pursuit of diversity, equity, inclusion. Must next require the district to be more inclusive of alternate viewpoints on the matter. Presenting unchallenged opinions to students will leave them incapable of critical thinking and intolerant of those with differing opinions." And what I noticed, most of these are comments, so board and cabinet, please, superintendent, please just jump in if you feel you want to give a response. But since our previous experience, I think, has been with a lot of Q&A, it may be that we read these and then you respond. But if there's one you particularly want to respond to, please interrupt me and I'll stop. The next one comes from Jill Simonian Panosian, LCUSD parent. And this parent writes, "As a parent, I thank and respect Mrs. Hale for her research and opinions. It is our district's responsibility to continue existing efforts for diversity, equity, and inclusion that are already in place and have been for many years. The next chapter of this effort must require the district to be absolutely inclusive of alternative viewpoints and opposing educated discussion from all backgrounds and perspectives. Offering students one-sided and challenging opinions and narratives will leave everyone incapable of learning to examine some of today's largest issues critically, intolerant of anyone who might pose a differing opinion, and suppress our nation and community's fundamental right to free and civil discussion." Next, this one comes from Kaz, LCUSD student. And Kaz writes, I want to thank Christina Hill Elliott for her amazing work over the past year. Although I'm no longer a student within the LCUSD school system, I am grateful for the steps that will be taken to make LCUSD a safe school system for current and future students of color. My time within LCUSD was riddled with racism at the hands of fellow students, teachers, and even administrators. Not only overt acts of racism, but countless microaggressions. These traumatic interactions are a permanent part of my memories when I look back, stretching all the way back to elementary school. Seeing LCUSD take tangible steps forward, towards ending this kind of school experience is so encouraging, and I'm so grateful to Christina and all of the incredible work she has done to make LCUSD the kind of school district I needed it to be.
If I may interject for just a moment, I truly
Please.
appreciate one of our alumni, that statement, and the focus, not necessarily the focus, but just the thought to be able to move forward and to see what steps we can take to always improve. But also the two other previous comments. I think what's important about taking time to process this information also includes the opportunity to hear all perspectives. So in no way do I want to say we would, I personally would want to limit any one particular perspective. I think it's important to look at all sides, and that takes time, and it's important to be able to move forward from that. So thank you.
Thank you, Keitzer. The next one comes from Camden Gray, community member, and this person writes, I cannot even begin to express how grateful I am for the work that Christina Hale Elliott has done. Her impact goes far beyond the stellar report she has put together because her work represents a shift in this community. To me, it represents hope for an anti-racist La Cañada, hope that I honestly did not have as a young Black child who moved to La Cañada in 7th grade and immediately recognized how racist this community can be. Hope that I did not have when I wished I had never transferred to La Cañada after kids spewed racist remarks at me. District hire a Black woman to help combat racism I face in this community is truly inspiring. I'm beyond grateful for the work Mrs. Christina Hill Elliott has done, and I'm incredibly excited to make sure these changes get the community support they need. And this next one has two parts to it. So I'll read the first one and then continue if that's okay. So this one, the post is from Racism at LCHS. Excuse me while I make it a little bit more legible. Okay. Thank you for working with Ms. Christina Hale Elliott. It means a lot to the BIPOC, Black, Indigenous, and People of Color community of LCHS that our school is dedicated to anti-racism as well as diversity, equity, and inclusion overall. We briefly read over the LCUSD DEI recommendations for sustainability final report, and we strongly approve of it. However, as students collecting and sharing stories and experiences with racism at LCHS, we observed that a lot of incidents are microaggressions that are both hard to punish and hard to verify. The best way to deal with these incidents is to prevent them from happening in the first place. From our perspective, the root cause of kids using slurs seems to be ignorance of their weight, racism behind closed doors in our community, and lack of diversity within our school. Ignorance can easily be solved with education, as your recommended steps reveal. I myself learned more about the N-word and its significance through my English class, and I'm very grateful my teacher chose to expand on the subject instead of glossing it over while we were reading To Kill a Mockingbird. However, racism behind closed doors is a very heavy issue within our community. One of my parents, who is a person of color, harbors racist sentiments towards Black, Latinos, white people, and Asians. They only say such things within my household, but hearing these statements so often have certainly affected me. Both my parents are outwardly friendly and accepting towards races, but behind people's backs, one will make offhanded comments thinking nobody will care. They don't realize the impact it has on their own children. I'm lucky to have a parent who will often defend the races and has encouraged me not to talk behind others' backs. However, I can only imagine the other students in a similar story, except my both parents are racist in private. And here's just the second part of that one. Thinking this is totally normal, the student brings racist comments from their private life into their public life, thus resulting in many, many microaggressions we have both seen and heard throughout the school. Thus, a large majority of racism is inherited or taught from family members. Focus groups and sessions may help mitigate racism for those who are open-minded, but they provide no solvency for creating an overall more diverse and accepting community as they act as echo chambers. The people we really need to be reaching out to are the neutral or privately racist community members who perpetuate the problem by doing nothing or add to it by teaching their children to be racist. Unfortunately, it is often very hard to reach these people without a lot of effort. I would propose talking in length about this topic on a mandatory Zoom meeting or possibly adding it to a back to school night presentation. As always, the first step towards change is recognizing that change is needed. Once neutral or privately racist parents understand their behavior is not appropriate, I believe we'll be on the right track towards diversity, equity, and inclusion. Finally, diversity is a big problem within our school. As your report reveals, the overwhelming majority of our school is white or Asian. This further adds to the racism within our community due to sheer lack of interaction with Latinos, Blacks, or other darker skinned minorities. We see ourselves as separate from Latinos and Blacks because they are not part of our bubble. This is the hardest issue to deal with as it involves many legalities and big changes. Nevertheless, I believe a program similar to Sister Cities may be beneficial to exposing LCF to the outside world in our community. And from Shannon Settles, LCUSD community member. And Shannon writes, I stand with Christina Elliott's proposal and support it fully being adopted to the fullest extent by the board. Our district has the opportunity to make waves and ripples of change, do the right thing, and be on the right side of history. And next, this one's from Ethan Angold and LCUSD community member. And Ethan writes, members of the LCUSD School Board and Superintendent Wendy Sinnett, I'm very glad you invested in improving LCUSD to better serve all students by hiring Christina Elliott. I hope this presentation of her report creates momentum for the district to continue this process of honest self-reflection and improvement. The conversation about racial inequity has evolved dramatically, even since the initiation of this DEI report process. In heeding the college color are valued and that white students gain an understanding of their privilege and responsibility will be an enduring process. It will be difficult and will take resources. Please demonstrate that this effort is a priority. In the words of several of my LCHS English teachers, show, don't tell. The college that I attended struggled with valuing diversity and supporting its students of color, particularly Black students. So in this regard, I know what failure looks like, and I know what a token effort looks like. This district status as a prestigious institution of learning does not make it free of flaws or inequity, as it has been brought to attention by current and past students, parents, and teachers, and our neighbors in surrounding communities. Students need you to recognize mistakes, and that impact is more important than intent. Students need you to value the preparedness to be world citizens above their test scores and our housing prices. They need you to value equity above being reelected to the school board. The splashdown was a very visible symptom of a long-standing problem, or rather symptom of problems. It was not the first instance of racial inequity in La Cañada, nor will it be likely the last. You have the agency as our school board and superintendent to make a good call on the action presented tonight, and I'm confident you will. Thank you for your time, Ethan Angold, LCHS class of 2015. Thank you, Ethan. And just a couple more. Continuing on from our other students. Please, let's see. Racism at LCHS is more than willing to help out in any initiatives pushing for DEI, and we believe we can also reach out to more students through our platforms. If you would like to contact us, you can email us at racism@lchs@gmail.com or look through the stories of LCHS BIPOC community that we've collected on our Instagram page at racist_@_LCHS. Thank you, students, for your work on that very much. And this one is from Kirsten Sheehy, LCHS student. To the LCUSD board, I'm writing simply to show my support for the incredible work that Christina Hill Elliott has been doing as diversity, equity, inclusion consultant. I am excited to hear her presentation tonight. I hope you, the board members, are as ready as I am to dig in and do the long overdue work of creating a more inclusive LCUSD. Thank you, Kristen. And this next one comes from LCUSD parent named John. These are enormously controversial initiatives. They require care and reflection from our community and to review before voting or implemented in any form. Taking unilateral action without careful and measured consultation of community is an alarming and increasingly irresponsible trend for our administrators and leadership. Exclusion for agendized political exigency is not the answer, not courageous or responsible. And we have one more. And this is LCUSD parent. I very much appreciate this presentation. Thank you. Per your presentation, it seems that by far most students' experiences are positive. I'm happy to hear that. For the few who are not and had negative experiences, of course, we want to step in and assist where possible. It's not clear to me how many students gave a negative review. It's also not clear to me how many people were polled. I'd like a better sense of the underlying data points. I'd like to ensure we keep politics out of school as much as possible. I'm concerned that some of these recommendations are not required and start us down a slippery slope of eroding parents' familial autonomy. I'm also concerned we don't have the funds for many of these recommendations, especially in light of budget cuts.
Okay, so Keister, thank you for letting us take a peek at the comments. And I think there's a lot there, obviously. Any thoughts right now? I mean, I know I kind of came up front and said at some point, we need to figure out what we want to do, right? And how to prioritize in the roadmap. And maybe there are things that we're not ready to do right now. Maybe we need to take some time to do some extra input gathering. I'm not sure, but what are people's thoughts on where we are and the way forward?
Can I just say that I am so moved by the fact that so many of the names and some of these students that commented are names that I recognize. These are students that are that have been part of my daughter's classes, that graduated in the same years that my two daughters did, that are before and after. So to me, the commitment on the part of these alumni members or members of the alumni group to see our district improve and to grow and to really look at different perspectives is just, to me, it just makes my heart swell. So I truly appreciate that. I also think it's important to say that no one, again, I want to reiterate, this is not we're going to decide everything in one night. At least I don't believe we are. This is a process for us to look. Let's open our eyes and look at all perspectives. How can we bring each of us together as groups to talk, to dialogue, to have different perspectives. So I don't think anyone is going to make a decision. I believe we're not, at least from my part, going to make a decision that's just one-sided. That would be so irresponsible. So thank you, and we'll keep looking and learning.
Yeah, I think it was really important and valuable for us to get, one of the objectives was an outside-in perspective on what's going on. And I think that's what we got here in spades, is a chance to reflect, to pause, to think, and then chart a course. So thank you, Christina, because I think that outside-in perspective was super important to kind of really help ignite some reflection. Other thoughts? Staff, cabinet, Dan. I see Dan. I'll take advantage of Dan's raised his hand. Go for it, Dan.
Thank you. I would just mention that maybe the current distance learning that we're facing presents an opportunity. As one of the public comments discussed, maybe a Zoom meeting talking about some of these issues would be appropriate. I think that, you know, right now where everyone's distance learning, we are kind of limited in what we can do in terms of getting everyone together. But I really like the idea of some sort of Zoom discussion of some of these issues. And I think that maybe now is a good time to sort of explore that. I know we have big steps to take and, you know, big distances to go, but maybe we should also look at some of the little things that we could do to just start some conversation and dialogue.
Dan, I wanted to share with you that Jim Cartmel at the high school has already had 2 or 3 of these types of discussions. inviting students, staff, administration, and they have been pretty powerful. We had one, I think Monday. Oh, it seems like it was a long time ago. On Monday at 4, and it was a really deep discussion, and staff was present and very participatory, and there were students, both alumni from LC and current, who were present and shared their thoughts. So these conversations have already started. We're having them, and we'll continue to have them.
Excellent. Thank you, Anais.
I just want to share that, first of all, very, very appreciative to Christina for the hard work and the data and the research that went into a report that I think is very meaningful and will be profound for our district. When, I recognize that, we're a public school, and as a public agency, we read public comments and we invite feedback, and that's not going to change. But I also feel like it's incumbent upon the district to embrace responsibilities. And I think in this world that we live in, those responsibilities include taking action and promoting environments that are inclusive, that are representative, that really respond to that culture of fear. Because in a culture of fear, you're not going to have people who do the right thing for the right reasons, because they're afraid of repercussions. And so we have to have clearly articulated behaviors, expectations, commitments, and we have to create an environment where people are respectful. And I'm bound and determined that in that respect, you build a climate and a culture of care. But I also don't think that you fail to do the right thing simply because you're afraid of repercussions. And I think that, to your statement, Christina, that was extremely personal and powerful that you opened the presentation with. If your 9-year-old son can feel brave, then I think as a district, it's incumbent upon us to all take up the charge to be brave.
Now, I would just like to add, in terms of the conversation around, making sure that we're not approaching this from a one-sided point of view. I think that I was very intentional in this process to garner feedback from a variety of constituents. And so the report in and of itself is offering multiple viewpoints. I think it's important when having conversations and thinking about different views, and even to the comment that spoke about the majority of students having a positive experience, it's important to think about, how do we make sure we're hearing from students who are not in the majority? How do we make sure that we're allowing space and opportunities for the voices of students to be heard who otherwise would not be, because their experience matters, right? Their time here, their education matters. And so, in the same way that every other parent sends their child to the school buildings, or now virtually to the school buildings, to be educated, to be protected, to be nurtured, those parents are doing the same. And so we cannot, particularly as a public school district, neglect any of those. And so I think, as those conversations move forward about making sure all viewpoints are heard, make sure that some viewpoints are not being quieted or pushed to the side just because there's not a critical mass of those students present, because that's how students become marginalized, and their experiences are impacted in that way. So.
Okay.
Yeah, I appreciate,
Please, Andrew, go for it.
thanks. I appreciate the report and all the work you've done. In a lot of ways, it was very tough to read and listen to, and I appreciate your sort of naming the level of discomfort that certainly comes from contending with some of this stuff. Something that I'm sort of still wrestling with, aside from the parts of the conversation that have already been raised, I agree with a lot of it. I think Locking Out tends to do everything very intentionally. So I have no doubt that this would be the same way, especially for those people who raised in public comment concern about things being rushed or unilateral. It's not our way. I don't expect it to be that way for this issue either. But the thing I am still sort of wrestling with, that I was wrestling with as I read the report and as I think about the next steps for the board and the district on this topic, is how it all adapts, or how we adapt our work in this field to the COVID reality, the pandemic, because it seems like it touches on every piece of it. I mean, there's a huge piece of this, right? I mean, in your report, you cite disparate discipline outcomes for students by subgroup, but we know discipline is going to look different in distance learning. I'm not sure we know exactly how it's going to look to its complete extent, but we know it's not going to look the way it looks in the school site trainings, right? We're working so hard right now to prepare teachers to feel confident in delivering distance learning curriculum. How do we layer in all of the elements you were talking about in a thoughtful way that is productive, and that actually is authentic, and not just sort of something that checks a box or overwhelms staff? And a lot of cultural elements of how a school runs in person. That's how we're used to it. How we interact with other students, with teachers, with colleagues. Overwhelmingly, our understanding of how that looks and how we build those relationships are in-person relationships, and we're struggling to figure out even how to recreate the best of that in a virtual environment. So it's hard, I think, for me at least, to visualize how not just to make the best of that in a virtual environment, but how also to avoid the worst pitfalls of that in a virtual environment. So I certainly would love to get your thoughts on it, but I also know it's a really big topic. So I don't mean to expect that there's like an answer to that question, but just that all of this, I think I totally agree with the idea that we need to kind of take it in, we need to digest it, we need to hear more about it. But it's also, we can't forget that this is not a year just like any other year, and how we do that is, is certainly then going to look pretty different. And at least from my initial thinking on it, especially challenging.
And I appreciate those comments. I think that's something that's always on people's minds during this time. I think there's a few things that come to mind in terms of our current situation. One is thinking about equity within virtual learning, right? What does that look like? We're now inside of people's homes, right? So they're up on their Zoom screen or whatever platform is being used. Part of it is things like talking with teachers and other staff members about what's required of classrooms, right? So some things that have come up across the country that I've read about is, Zoom backgrounds, right? There are some people who are emphatic, some teachers who say, do not do the Zoom backgrounds. They think it's problematic for varied reasons. And yet, there's a purpose that those serve for some people, right? We're now, like I said, inside of people's homes. So you're now exposing issues around economic diversity, socioeconomic diversity, a myriad of things. And so thinking about what are those ways in which teachers, in particular because they're at the front line, can be considering equity when they're thinking about virtual learning, right? When they're thinking about differences in students and how they learn, and how different students, depending on their learning profile, will respond to synchronous learning, to being in front of a screen sitting for X amount of time. you know, as adults, I'm sure many of us have had Zoom fatigue from having time sitting in front of these screens. And so thinking about that in terms of students and what that looks like and how we're equitable and thinking about the diversity and the ways that students learn. I also think it's being mindful of how these issues around offensive language will pop up in virtual learning. How do we set those norms from the beginning so that students are aware of what will and will not be accepted within the chats that go on, within, you know, the varied breakout rooms, and how do we monitor for that and then make sure that we're following up on that if there are some infractions to those guidelines. The other thing I think about is, and I mentioned this earlier, but using this as an opportunity around developing that critical thinking within students. We're all living in this moment right now, right? And so if we were to think about how we would describe this moment and what's going on in the country right now, it's very complex, and none of it is simple and easy, and none of it is comfortable. And our students are experiencing that. So how do we make room for that? How do we create learning experiences that allow them to grapple with that and unpack it and to find joy in the midst of all that's going on? I think being really intentional about that and not making it business as usual, because it's not, right? We all are, in some respects, healing, in some respects, grieving the loss of, you know, being able to go to our favorite restaurants or being able to hug our grandparents, many different things that we're processing right now. So all of that, I think, can be tied into this. And I think it's really important to think about during this time. There are several resources that I've shared with the district, things that have come out of NYU Metro Center, the Equity Literacy Center, that talk specifically about what are those areas that schools and districts should be really mindful of right now to keep an eye on equity. And I think those equity teams will be really important in that work, and being really thoughtful about what that needs to look like and some things to have in mind, and then disseminating that information to staff and faculty so that they can be prepared.
Okay. Thanks, everyone. I think we're kind of at a natural point here. We've invested a good amount of time, quality time, reviewing and digesting elements of this, and I think we've got a lot more to do. To the point, I think it's not going to be a decision tonight, but we have to put a plan in place, Wendy, right, in terms of how do we pick this back up appropriately given the current environment and making sure we don't lose any momentum. So I think we need to figure that out in terms of how to plot out those next steps, and maybe we can talk about it offline a little bit and bring something back to the board of what a short-term roadmap might look like. And maybe that's something you take up with your staff meeting as well. Maybe they have ideas about how to sequence things given everything going on with reopening and the focus that has to happen in the short term on that. Any closing comments from everybody? I think we still have a lot to cover tonight. I think myself and we could spend hours on this topic, days and weeks. We don't have that luxury tonight, but anything as we look to move on and close off before we let Christina jump off?
No, Dan, I mean, Joe, I think that it's important, and it's also, it's the appropriate time of year. You know, we have the superintendent goals that'll get developed over the next, you know, month or so. That leads to, you know, leadership team goals, site level initiatives, and we can be doing some really strategic and intentional thinking about, you know, how in light of, you know, virtual instruction, virtual learning, we go about, you know, looking at Christina's proposals or recommendations and building the roadmap, you know, just to make sure that we're meeting the commitments that the district would like to make with regards to diversity, equity, and inclusion.
I mean, I think for my part, oh, sorry, Kaiser, go ahead.
Jamie, go ahead, please.
I was going to say, for my part, I think what I've really valued about working with Christina this year, and I've thanked her about this before, is just it helped me kind of expand my viewpoint when thinking about technology. So whether it's accessibility on the special education side, just making sure what we're putting out is available, thinking about translation services for families, and just trying not to have things be afterthoughts. So as you've mentioned so many times, we try to be intentional, but for me, it's about kind of the equity and accessibility piece. And so I'm happy to report that we did touch on this today in the teacher trainings. We did talk about, judging that could happen from looking at somebody's backgrounds and being sensitive to families who may want their camera off for a very specific reason. So we talked about that today, and I think that's a conversation that will continue. I'm glad we were able to bring that up. So thank you, Christina, again, for your help, and your influence on me has been very positive. I appreciate it.
I wanted to say that I know in February, was it February? It seems like you were saying, Jamie, so long ago. Times has just been like a warp. Was it February that we had our retreat? January? Oh, wow. Okay, see? We began to look at these definitions and how those definitions of diversity, equity, and inclusion are going to be embedded in the values of the district. So I think that that might be, for me, the way I'm looking at it, something we begin to look at, and then maybe at this, and have some conversations like you were suggesting, Joe, offline, to begin to see how we organize, what steps we take, because the priority is let's get our students engaged, staff supported. Let's open up schools successfully, right, in this virtual environment right now. And so I think that I'd love to be able to see this come back to the agenda next month. We're meeting in September, I think the first 2 weeks in September. So just to be able to get an update. I don't know how my colleagues on the days feel about this.
Well, I was also thinking about something that might tie into that is, do we want to sign a couple of us as champions on this to work with Wendy to kind of solidify some of the pieces that we might bring back, whatever the time horizon is in terms of an action plan? I mean, just to think through how to get started and what to tackle. Not that we have the answers. I think that would be helpful if we wanted to sign a couple board members to kind of pair up with Wendy and Christina and just kind of map out how to really get liftoff, and that liftoff might be time appropriate given everything else goes on. We say, hey, we can't do anything meaningful until X date, or whatever. But at least we are starting to put some commitment on paper and commitment and plans to get things moving, whatever it might look like, and that might include some additional town halls or a lot more voices coming to the mix. All those things that need to happen as part of what we think our roadmap might look like. But even it's like the roadmap to the roadmap, with a couple board members. So if you have an interest in that, board members, why don't you email me, and we'll kind of get some kind of team together on this to get some moving so we can bring that back, and maybe the agenda planning team could decide if it's at a place that we can put it on next month's agenda or not. Is that fair?
Sounds good.
Sounds good.
Okay. All right, Christina, on behalf of board, cabinet, and the entire La Cañada School District community, thank you for the investment and the time over this last year journey. It's been a pleasure to see you in action. And I guarantee you, we'll all benefit from the fruits of your labor, and we appreciate it. And we look forward to more collaboration with you along the way.
Thank you, Christina.
Thank you, I appreciate
Thanks,
it.
Christina.
Thanks, Christina.
Okay, thank you. All right, that was powerful. Okay, do we, time check. We are at 8:50. And we all knew we'd invest a lot of time here, so I'm glad we were able to do so. Do we need to take a 2-minute break?
Please, I'm going to put myself on video mute just so I can stretch.
Do we get breaks?
Well, I think I need one. Why don't we take a 5-minute break? So come back at 8:55, and we'll get moving on to our next agenda item. And but 5 minutes sharp, if we could do so, okay? All right.
Jamie, you okay?
I will post the cover to your next agenda item, and then we'll be ready to resume. Thank you.
Okay. In respect of everybody's time, thank you for allowing us to take that break. It's 5 till sharp, so let's get started. And we'll move to item 12. Did it change? Because we pulled one out. No, it's still 12B. So Wendy, superintendent update
Thank you.
on the new school year.
I think this is an important update, but as I think most people who are joining us will see, a little bit of review, some bigger picture overviews, and then some updates. Trying to create a resource. Likely I may send out, a document like this to families before the beginning of the school year, just so that information is located in one place from the district. But like I said, many of you have seen this, some of these slides already, and some is new information, but quick overview of our enthusiasm and all of our planning that allows us to open up the school year, welcome our students back, albeit virtually, support our staff, and really demonstrate to all of our families that this will be, as always, an exceptional year. So Jamie, next slide. Thank you. So people have seen these, but it's important to understand that the district negotiated with LCTA for distance instruction requirements. Some key points is that teachers will be posting their weekly goals, learning objectives, some assignments, and information on a weekly basis. It'll be published on a consistent platform. And at our elementary schools, kids are in AM or PM cohorts. That allows for this cohort in which you are assigned for students to have live synchronous instruction and those periods are about 155 minutes total, with 30-minute sessions that are live at minimum for each daily for each subject area: language arts, math, social science per cohort. Additionally, on that other half of the day, asynchronous enrichment and PE instruction will take place so that students are benefiting from really a full day of instruction. Next slide. The second slide is on elementary again. And it looks, I want people to remember that we are taking attendance. It will be taken on a daily basis at the elementary level, at a period by period basis at the high school. We are using Google Classroom in grades 2 through 12 and Seesaw in grades TK 1 and 2. And so those are consistent platforms and people will get very adept at those. And I think we'll improve considerably on knowing where to go for information, knowing where to go for assignments, and really being able to provide a consistency of experience. Teachers will be making lesson resources accessible via Google Classroom or ClassLink, providing 2 forms of evidence and feedback with regard to learning progress at the elementary level, using multiple modalities. And what we mean by that is multiple ways of delivering instructions so that different types of learners are able to access on an optimal basis the instructional delivery. And then there's a commitment from teachers to respond to emails and phone calls by the end of the next work day. At the secondary level, there are requirements that are also listed there. Some are repetitive or very similar to our elementary requirements. Attendance, monitoring student engagement, offering weekly goals and making sure that students are aware on a weekly basis of learning objectives, the information on some or most assignments, and general information about the course or the course for the week. Teachers will follow at the secondary level the bell schedule, greeting students at the beginning of each period and offering live instruction for each period. That live instruction will be synchronous. And then one of the critical or key features of the schedule that we designed for virtual instruction at the secondary level are the daily small group learning experiences that come in the afternoons. And teachers will be hosting those 4 days a week per the afternoon bell schedule that we'll show you in just a moment. and then students will rotate in these small groups. And that's just to build the protected, safe campus connection. We're starting the year without those live connections. And so we're going to support those and support building those through our small group learning experiences. The final slide on the instructional expectation finishes with our secondary edition. Teachers are holding office hours on a daily basis. There's a time allocated in the bell schedule for teachers to be available for office hours. Teachers at the secondary level are providing a minimum of 1 grade per week per course using multiple modalities. And here we got very specific: breakout room activities, recorded content, small group activities, project-based learning, live streaming, game-based learning, digital apps, Socratic seminars. So really a whole range of learning activities and styles or modalities that replicate what we had with on-campus instruction. Again, teachers will respond to emails and phone calls by the end of the next working day. And then the homework policies continue to exist per board policy and administrative regs, and those are in place to support the learning progress. Just a quick review. Next slide. This is our AM/PM schedule. I think the beauty of this schedule is that when we're able to transition to hybrid learning and have students back on campus, it initially will be at a 50% capacity. And so the cohorts that we've set up will continue and transition seamlessly to this schedule in an on-campus fashion. The secondary schedule, this is how we will begin with virtual learning. And that next slide, Jamie. Thank you. It's very reminiscent of our in-person instruction with a modified block schedule, a daily demand with 6 periods, Monday, Tuesday, Friday, block schedules of periods of 80 minutes on Wednesday and Thursday, and then the small group experiences in the afternoon to try to really build enrichment, support, community connection, and really advance that social emotional learning for students. This will not be able to translate seamlessly into a hybrid instruction. There are ways that we could adapt it, but the committee is still actively looking and reviewing how we will land in a hybrid fashion. So there's more work to be done, but I think this is a very solid schedule for opening the school year virtually. Next slide. Thanks, Jamie. I just want to report huge thanks to our parent community, momentous work done by our elementary principals and our HR, our Teachers Association reps, Mandy Redford in particular, Jamie and the tech department just collecting all the data. But the Virtual Learning Academy definitely has met a need or an interest in our elementary community. We had over a full school. Across all 3 schools, the numbers were such that in total, if you collect all the data, a full school of parents and students were interested in the Virtual Learning Academy. That means that they were willing to, for health and safety purposes, commit to, unless we are fully in the safe zone and are reopening sort of as we knew normal to be, they've committed to a full school year of distance learning. And so it was a Herculean task to identify teachers for the Virtual Learning Academy, identify cohorts. I know if there was some disappointment with families because over 75% of our families expressed an interest for the AM cohorts, and obviously that wasn't able to be accommodated throughout. The principals really did their best. There was no lack of effort there. Families identified that they would be joining pods or specialized learning groups, and principals really worked hard to meet all of the interests. If you are a family whose interest wasn't met, obviously we have a heartfelt apology. It became an impossible task. We're very committed to it. What I'm going to show you next is a snapshot. Please do not be writing down teacher names because it's just a snapshot in time. I wanted to give you a look at what it looked like. We were identifying teachers per grade level, per school, who would be virtual academy, who would remain with our sites. Some teachers needed to change sites. Some teachers needed to adjust grade levels. Some teachers will be teaching a virtual AM and a hybrid PM. So it was very, very complex, but a valiant effort on the part of our administrators. Teachers were awesome, and just in terms of staying, engaged and positive and signing up for assignments. And it was just a full group effort, and really something I'm eternally grateful to everybody who was involved. Next slide. The PD has been phenomenal. Today was Tech Tuesday. We negotiated an optional additional professional development day. I'm even learning things in terms of tech. Jamie, if you hover over Tech Tuesday, I have a link built in to your schedule. I hope it works.
I think it will load. Awesome. Well done.
So I wanted to give you a snapshot of what our teachers were looking at today. It was just phenomenal. The tech department has just hit it out of the park, and our teachers, I mean, they're learning so much, being so adaptable, so nimble, and just, gearing up for this school year and really being positive. But first session was a logistics for opening, class online, all the basics, of how to build in attendance, bell schedules, resources, Zooms, parent communication, all of that. Transitioned into how to use Seesaw, which is the platform for TKN 1. 2 through 6 had a session on Google Classroom best practices. 7 through 12, the same thing, but really focused at the secondary level. Face-to-face best practices. So, I mean, I just have to, do a big shout out to our entire learning community, because it was an awesome day. I'm sure very, very intense, a little overwhelming, probably a little anxiety ridden, but it really helps us to understand all that's involved here, but how perfectly positioned we are to learn and grow and make this an absolutely awesome experience. If you go back to that other side, I'll share with you, tomorrow's our new teacher orientation. So we'll be welcoming all the fine educators that I gave you a brief bio on. We'll be welcoming them virtually to LCUSD tomorrow. The professional development day that we have on Thursday, a very, very rich, very full. Human resources has a whole host of PD that will need to be done over the course of the next month. If you click on that, we'll see if it works. So these are our human resource trainings. As you'll see, we have our usual, annually we have to do a child abuse and neglect training, sexual harassment prevention for non-managers, but these are all new, a whole host of coronavirus trainings, awareness, guidelines for making and using cloth face coverings, cleaning and disinfecting your workplace, hand washing, physical distancing, all of those trainings which are, atypical to us in a normal year are increasingly important as we deal with health and safety issues. On Thursday, there will be a lot of trainings focusing on our district initiatives. I'll do a welcome back Zoom. We have the Anti-Defamation League coming in. Christina Hale-Elliott will be doing a presentation for staff. Our friends from IFCEL, the International Foundation for Social Emotional Learning, because we really, I know that the Zoom, the class link, all of that's critical, but also engaging with our kids, really having them feel connected, no significant learning can exist absent significant relationships. And so our teachers are going to have to build that virtually, and we want to empower them to do so. If you go to the next slide, I can give our community a little bit of a snapshot of all the extras we've been doing. Over the course of the summer, I think we skipped one, Jamie, if you could go back. Thanks. Over the course of the summer, teachers were offered 20 hours of summer prep. I'd say, you know, a vast majority engaged in those in professional development offerings offered by the tech department, offered by, you know, other groups or agencies, offered in collaboration with each other. Teachers were all registered for summer ISTE sessions. ISTE is the Institute for
International Society for Technology and Education.
Thank you. It's a well-renowned organization, and it really focuses on building technology into exemplary teaching practices. That registration was given to everyone. It was, however, those trainings were optional, but teachers really dove in and found them to be very productive. Our ELD teachers have been rock stars, preparing schedules, designating support plans, really preparing all that's necessary so that they're fully able and ready to go to support our English language learners as we open school. Again, thank you to our tech department. They've been engaging in parent ed tech sessions and also student tech sessions, and those have been happening throughout the course of the summer. I wanted to give a special slide to our special education department, who have really been hard at work all summer long. We hosted last week our special education town hall. There's been a half-day training for new special education certificated staff. Special education department has been meeting throughout the summer. We have engaged in paraprofessional trainings. We're really working with them to become experts in the breakout session, because that role for them is really important. They'll help us really guide individualized instruction at the special ed level. And then we've authorized additional preparation hours for our 7 through 12 to reach out to parents, to work on the service plans, and to make sure that everything's ready to go and really top notch for our special needs learners. We have enrolled and signed a contract with Paper to allow 24/7 tutoring opportunities for families, for students. That will also, you know, be transparent with teachers so that they can see the types of questions and the areas or the ways in which students are accessing this. But we've signed up for our students in grades 4 through 12. And so we'll really be launching that through the tech department and the ed services department, so that we optimize that contract and really support and level the playing field in terms of tutoring and resources that are going to families. So next slide is more on Paper, and I think you've seen this before, but what will help our families get used to this resource, how the screen will look, and how they'll access this service. Next slide.
And just an update on that, I have an onboarding meeting with them next Thursday. So we'll be going through the process to bring that into our system. But we really wanted to make sure teachers had time to get settled, get classes launched, kids know where to go on the first day of school, and then we'll introduce this program once we get settled in.
Great, so give us a little opportunity to settle in, and then more to come definitely on that resource. I have to thank our labor associations. They've been outstanding partners as we bargain the effects of these very different working conditions. We had the MOU on distance instruction requirements that I shared with you at the beginning of this PowerPoint. We negotiated an additional professional development day, which was today. Thank you for everyone who participated. I think it was invaluable. We've also, and I think this is a really important step, we signed an MOU with LCTA. Shout out to Mark Evans and Deborah Craddock, who are my partners right now on representing the district in these negotiations. But the protocols that we've established and signed off on have taken our campuses from being closed to being opened as work sites, which is really important. That's a significant iteration. It helps us to be able to really think about how we transition from being open as work sites to being open as school sites. Excellent opportunities for cleaning schedules, arrival protocols, all the safety measures that we need. Additionally, it's really important that teachers be able to access campus for delivering instruction from their classrooms, working from their offices, and accessing all of their instructional materials. So that was a major accomplishment that took place over the last week and a half. Our next step still to come. There's the K-12 reopening protocol is a significantly larger protocol than the safety protocol that we just signed off on, and that was an enormous amount of work. So we need to roll up our sleeves and do the heavy lifting for fully developing the reopening protocols. That will be the work that we really here at the district that we really sink our teeth into as the schools are opening and the instruction is really shifting to the site level. And then also it's really important that we continue to bargain the effects of any changed working conditions that result from the protocols. And so this all it's really a priority for me that that's in place as soon as possible so that we've communicated to our entire community that we are perfectly positioned to be able to welcome students back on campus as soon as the opportunity is available to us to do so in a healthy and safe way. Here is some progress on the 7-12 schedule, thanks to Jim Cartnell and Jarrett Gold, our principals at the high school. They've been working with a subcommittee of our secondary reopening committee. So thank you to all of those participants, but those members on the subcommittee, they've made great gains. We have a meeting tomorrow with both the elementary and the secondary subcommittees, full committees. And at that meeting tomorrow, the subcommittee will share its findings and we'll be able to sort of confirm the policies and protocols for those afternoon small group sessions, and then we'll fully communicate all of those details to families. So more to come on all of that. Right now, it looks like Monday, Tuesdays, and Fridays will be divided up by period and by alpha. Wednesdays will be devoted to Wellness Wednesday experiences, and Thursdays for zero period clubs and experiential learning groups. And again, the secondary subcommittee probably has more work to do than the elementary subcommittee because we're really going to be focused on what will the hybrid return to campus schedule look like. And there's more work that lies ahead there. And the next slide we go to, just some shout outs. I know that there's not enough opportunity to thank so many people who have been working so hard, but the top of the list is all of the teachers and the parents and my administrative colleagues and our board members who serve on these reopening committees who have met all summer. I think that you can see the great deal of work that has happened and how ready we are to open school. For our elementary specials, all of the learning that will be delivered in either the AM or PM to help really round out the instructional minutes. They've been meeting a lot, have done a lot of planning. So thank you to our specialists, but also to Christine Babish. She is creating a single web page where all of our parents, all of our elementaries can go. It'll be one-stop shopping to get all of those lessons in one place. And then if students, let's say you do a LCE art project and you still want to do more art, you can go to PCR and PCY and engage more in those opportunities. So that page will be unveiled and shared with parents and students over the course of the next few days. Our tech department is just simply amazing. I can't thank Jamie or her team, David Paskowitz, Lindsay Staley, Jeff Watts, Derek Abrego, all of the technologists that work at the sites, but there's just been a lot of heavy lifting in terms of PD, making sure that infrastructure is ready to go. Kevin Crane's in that group, just so many. Jamie, if I missed anybody, please don't let me go down that road, but the tech department has been really, really awesome. I can't tell you how taxed our elementary principals have been. They've taken so seriously the AM, PM assignments. Again, I apologize to anyone who didn't get what they needed, but they worked their hardest to try to meet all needs. The Virtual Learning Academy, you know, people are positioned there really to allow for family preference with regard to safety and health and accessing the curriculum in a virtual way, if that was your preferred way. Same type of shout out to our secondary administrators. Jarrett Gold and his team have been working really hard on the web initiative where everybody belongs, making sure that all of the 7th grade orientation that will have to happen virtually is in place. They ordered a 40-foot container on the high school campus. And yesterday, Jason Ito and Jim Cardinal delivered to 300 cars all of the books required for a grade level. I think they got their workout for a year, but it needs to be repeated today, tomorrow, and Thursday. So people really working hard. We are fully staffed, so a shout out to human resources. Our bargaining teams are working effectively and collaboratively. When you look at some school districts who are struggling there, we feel most fortunate. The business office has been working seamlessly, same with our district offices, without a break, to provide all the essential services that we need to keep the district going. And I couldn't be more grateful to my cabinet team. Maintenance and operations, custodial programs and services, all of those programs are in place with schedules and ready to deliver services, even though we're in the virtual world. Again, thank you to our teachers and support staff. They've been collaborative, they've maintained their positivity, and they've really given a true definition to the commitment to being lifelong learners. And parents, I know it's alliterative, but patience and partnership with our parents couldn't be more appreciative of that. And finally, my last slide before we go to questions and discussion is just to look at our next steps. And next steps involve, we really want to make sure that families and especially our students and our staff feel excited about this school year. I know it's new. I know that it's difficult, but I think if we can maintain our sense of optimism and hope and enthusiasm, we can move all of these welcome back activities into the virtual world, make sure we build a connected district-wide culture, make sure that we have our orientations and back to school nights so that we don't lose that sense of community, which is so important. We'll complete the reopening protocols for K-12 schools as I committed to. I really want to develop an agenda item where the board looks deeply at what are its triggers or metrics, along with monitoring the Department of Public Health watch list, so that the community is all on the same page about what will it take for us to transition from the virtual environment to the hybrid environment. We'll continue to bargain the effects with our labor associations and keep our community informed on how that bargaining goes. We have a strong commitment to active advocacy. We're in the virtual world right now, but it doesn't mean we have to wait on any additional experiences. If we can handle those in a safe and protected way, we need to get, we have to advocate with agencies, with state government, with Department of Public Health for opportunities to be able to demonstrate that we can manage effectively and safely to bring small groups on campus, especially our special ed population, our English language learners. We designed a schedule for small group experiences and we want to optimize that. So if we can do so safely, we want to make sure that the state allows us whenever possible to meet the requirements for small group instruction and experience, whether it's through waivers or demonstrated protocols, whatever it takes. But just, to maintain that sense of advocacy and commitment to exploring every opportunity and advocating for it. We will continue to set up all of the classrooms so that they are positioned for the hybrid experience, and hopefully before that for small group experiences. Even today, all of our offices throughout the district were being, outfitted with plexiglass barriers, all of the PPE, and shout out to Mark Evans and Karen Hurley and Randy Smith. That PPE is acquired. We continue to order, to assess, to install, so that our work sites are safe and our work sites can safely transition to school sites. And then we have to continue to look at childcare opportunities. Again, advocacy with the state. CEC as a licensed agency will be operating on our campuses, but is there opportunities for district-sponsored childcare in advance of hybrid opportunities? Maybe initially for staff, maybe then to be expanded for essential workers, maybe then if we're successful with it, expanded to on a limited capacity, other families who are in need. But we are committed to providing a world-class educational experience virtually in small groups, and then hopefully we'll get to the hybrid model, and then ideally to a full resumption of school as we once realized it, hopefully within this year. Can't make promises. That's a snapshot. I knew it would be a late meeting, so I tried to cover the most salient points, but I didn't know if there was any opportunity for discussion or questions.
Cabinet, board?
I just thank you all the teachers and staff that attended today. In our opening logistics session, we had 184 people show up. So that was outside of the town halls, the largest Zoom I've ever held. It was pretty incredible. And just, I overwhelmed them and went through all that's needed. And I promised them that I would let the board know that they were there with enthusiasm and really rethinking and trying to adapt and do their best work. And they also wanted me to let parents know that there is a lot that they're trying to navigate. I posed 7 big questions to them about how to rethink this from the student perspective. And it was, how do I find you on the first day? How will you communicate with me? How will I know what to do? How will I get feedback from you? How do I get academic help and how do I get tech help? And I asked them to work through all of that in the next few days to be able to communicate that to their students. And it was a lot to take in. So I think, listening to feedback from our parents, listening to feedback from teachers, reviewing the survey data on experiences, I think everyone is all in to provide the best possible experience, but I would just encourage families to be patient. As I dealt with tonight, the best laid plans went out the window and we're suddenly broadcasting on a new platform within 30 minutes. So you just never know what's gonna happen. But our teachers are ready, willing, and able, and they are gonna do their very best work, but they're juggling a lot.
That's great, Jamie. And I really applaud the entire staff for having this kind of what I'd call student back approach, right? And thinking through the lens of them and reverse engineering our solutions to really, because they're going to need it more than ever right now. And if the teachers can think student back, I think we're making great strides from where we were last spring.
I have no doubt that our teachers are going to be enthusiastic and do an amazing job with the support that they're receiving, with a lot of information that everyone's trying to process. So Wendy, thank you. And please pass on to your team and to the teachers a big thank you. And thank you, parents, for your patience.
Thanks, Kaiter.
I also wanted to thank our classified staff. Dr. Craddock and I have been working with them, and they are trying to, they want to help and they want to be engaged, and they jumped in on the trainings where they could, and they want to learn those things too. So, and they've been really supportive in trying to figure out how to make this work.
Mark, that's such a good point. I don't know if we highlight enough our classified team. They do an amazing job. We cannot function without a classified team. I know that we're categorizing these little groups, but we're all together as one. So thank you for highlighting the classified team.
I think the thing I really appreciate the most is the level of quality of pursuing two parallel tracks with kind of equal gusto, despite the fact that they're both really, really tough. And that is, how do we get kids back to campus as quickly and safely as possible? And as you mentioned, Wendy, in your slide, that's a whole spectrum of activity, all the way up to and including getting off the, governor's watch list as a county, to getting a waiver for TK through 6 or some subset thereof, to finding out if there are things we can do pre-waiver to get kids on campus in smaller groups than a whole school opening. I mean, really just the whole gamut, and putting our efforts into figuring out what we can do and how we can do it as well and safely as possible. And then on a completely separate track, how do we make virtual learning as successful as possible, both for those students who will be accessing it exclusively through the Virtual Learning Academy, and for those that will be in a hybrid once we can get them back on campus. So, I mean, independently, either one of those things are really tall orders. So I think it's been really remarkable, and I want people to be aware, if they're not already, about how much work is being done on both those tracks simultaneously. And again, I think the level of quality on both of those is pretty high. I think the negotiated agreement with our teachers on virtual learning is about the most rigorous that I've seen of districts, and very grateful to our teachers for coming to meeting of the minds on that level of rigor and commitment, especially considering how much learning there is to do on new platforms. And along those same lines, I've not heard of a district that has had as much success with their participation from their staff, classified and certificated, in all of the learning opportunities in preparation. So both negotiating additional time, and then also for those available times, seeing such a high rate of participation. So it's a lot happening at once. It's almost hard to believe that the last time we met as a school board was just a few weeks ago, because I mean, all that you've just talked about really has all unfolded so quickly. So I hope people really are hearing all of that, and yeah, I'll just echo everyone's gratitude for everyone who's putting so much work into making that happen.
Well said, Andrew. Dan, you're unusually quiet. Are you content? Does that mean, or do you have some thoughts?
I think I just would echo what everyone else is saying, how impressed I am with the work of all of our teachers, and how prepared they are and how much they've put into it. And that no one wanted to be in this environment where we're all virtual and online, but that I think our teachers, our administrators, our principals have done everything they possibly can to make it as good as an experience as possible. So trying to do the best with the very difficult situation until we can get back to a place where we can be in person. And I just can't thank enough the effort and work that they've all put in, over a summer to move from a place where basically inventing everything from the beginning. And I also am very proud of our district for leading the way on so many of these things. I see that LCUSD tonight signed some agreements with their teachers, but our teachers are way ahead of that in terms of their planning and their thinking and what they're going to do. So I'm very hopeful that it all works out well, but I'm very thankful for all the work that everyone's put in. I think that they're in the locking out way, we're going to do it the best way possible.
Kiteser, you had some thoughts? Sorry.
I was just wondering what our numbers look like, Wendy, if you have that information. If not, not a worry.
Beauty of being in my office.
Thank you.
So we're doing really well. So currently LCE has 644 students compared to last year was 674. PCY has 691 enrolled as compared to last year's 712. PCR 625 compared to last year's 652. LCHS 712 has 709 compared to last year's 720. And LCHS has 1,360 compared to, 709 compared to last year's 730, and the high school 1,360 compared to last year's 1,306. So our total enrollment as of right now is 4,058. So Last year it was 4117. So slight drop, but nothing significant, and enrollments healthy across the board. And really, really nice ability to keep ratios beautiful. I mean, you know, we're going to be able to do 50% loading when we go to hybrid, with classes at 11 to 12 at the primary grades, 15, occasionally a 16 in a full-sized classroom in K through, in 4th through 6th, but just a lot of balancing and really preparing for whatever scenario we're dealing with. Plus, if you're talking about a Zoom, you know, with 11 students, you can be really effective with that. And at the high school, you know, the numbers are, you know, somewhat larger, but still the principals were very, very aware in master schedule of trying to keep the numbers, you know, below contract limits, and did a really nice job.
Thank you. Thank you.
Other thoughts before maybe we move to some of the comments from the public? Brent?
Oh, not much of that. Just very impressive, Wendy. I just want to thank all the teachers and the administration. Just it's so impressive how fast things have moved so quickly. So thank you.
Well, then why don't we transition to some comments from the public? I know there's a few. Jamie, you ready to cue those up?
Yeah, I'm ready. Thank you so much. Okay, let me share my screen. All right. Looks like we have about 7 or 8. The first one comes from Tracy Louie, LCUSD parent. And this parent writes, LCUSD should consider outdoor classrooms for whenever in-person instruction is allowed as part of hybrid learning, as seen with other sectors. Concept. They were used during the Spanish flu and tuberculosis outbreaks in the early 1900s. The National COVID-19 Outdoor Learning Initiative is a great resource for getting started. Claire Latane, their emergency outdoor design director volunteer, is in process of connecting schools with volunteer landscape architects to create outdoor classrooms. Over 75 schools have reached out to her so far. A new study from Duke University came out this week reporting on how neck gaiters are worse than wearing no mask at all with regard to the amount of droplets that can get released into the air when a person speaks. Given the new data that neck gaiters are not effective face coverings for decreasing droplets released and actually increase the amount of droplets released, I hope LCUSD will prohibit the use of this type of face covering whenever schools are allowed to reopen for in-person instruction.
So thank you for that. You know, we are looking at all of the PPE and staying abreast of the studies, and very aware that face coverings are the most effective. We'll have to have probably some flexibility with face shields and tucked drops for some of our special needs students, or sort of for some of the needs that come with phonological, being able to see someone speak and articulate. But you know, the study from Duke University, we have been on top of that. And then outdoor learning environments, you know, we continue to look at those. I appreciate the Claire Latane resource, you know, and I think we want to optimize our outdoor spaces as much as possible, and we'll continue to explore that.
Thank you. Our next comment comes from a concerned parent. What exactly is the state of negotiations with the teachers union and the hybrid schedule? Has the union agreed to in-person on-campus training? Parents need more information, and we feel we've been kept in the dark regarding these negotiations. Please be specific.
Thank you. Well, we have, and there's been no intention to not be transparent. Things are moving quickly though, and so we use opportunities like this to share out information about the MOUs. We thought it was significant that we were able to negotiate with our labor associations the opening of the campuses as work sites. I think that gives us an excellent opportunity to be efficient with protocols, to perfect protocols, and to prepare for those protocols escalating to the hybrid level. We've been very, the teachers want, I mean, there are teachers who joined the virtual academy who had health concerns or who were, immunocompromised or, had issues, health issues. So there will be, HR will engage with the interactive process with teachers who are unable to return to campus. But my sense is that most teachers have an interest when it's safe to do so in returning to campus. It's important for us to negotiate well, not to negotiate this, but to fully articulate and develop the reopening protocols for K-12 schools. That's this document right here. This is the protocol that needs to be developed fully by the district. Once we do that and can demonstrate that to the association, I believe strongly that we'll be able to bargain the effects of working conditions and that we'll be able to position ourselves for the potential return to campus in the hybrid model once it's safe to do so. It's also important for the board to weigh in on any triggers or determining factors that it would want to see, and other than just the being on the county watch list. Those will also enter into our thinking about reopening in the hybrid fashion. But I want to iterate to everyone in terms of, our working relationships with the association. They've been collaborative, they've been positive. There are health concerns and they, stand by those firmly for the health and safety of their members. But when we were able to demonstrate that we had met all the terms in the social distancing protocols designed for the workplace, once we were able to demonstrate those, then the association was very willing to sign the MOU to open our school campuses as work sites. So if that's sort of an indicator of what's to come, and the sentiments that I'm hearing from teachers who would like, when it's safe, to be on campus in the hybrid model, I think we can be effective in negotiating the next steps.
And Wendy, we talked also, right, that we might open in waves or incremental components. It might not be a full reopening hybrid. It might be steps we take. And as we demonstrate those steps, confidence builds for everybody.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. Okay. The next question.
The next one is from an anonymous LCUSD parent, and oops, I'm sorry, just lost, there we go. Will the elementary schools open for the hybrid model when we come off Newsom's watch list?
So what we've heard, and again, I'm speaking in, people's best estimates and experts who have to deal with the science and the data changing and, then giving us different expert advice. But 2 weeks ago, Dr. Ferrer stated that given the case, the positive identifications and the watch list, that the earliest that she felt anybody could anticipate, the earliest possible, return to campus in the hybrid model was mid-October. So we heard very clearly from the board that given the fact that we are on the watch list, that we had to fully prepare for the highest quality level of virtual learning, virtual instruction. So that's been our strongest, most focused effort. The waivers, it came out very clearly that LA County would not be accepting, or I'll give you the headline in just 1 second. This was on August 4th. Los Angeles County will not consider school reopening waivers per state guidance. So Los Angeles County was not even considering elementary waivers. So there was not even, there wasn't board direction, but it wasn't even an option to put those forward. So, when we talked about in my slide presentation advocacy, we have a strong advocacy for, when it is safe to do so. And I think we have all the protocols in place and all of the PPE necessary to look towards possible small group if there's any kind of state allowance for that. especially our special needs learners, our ELD learners, our small group instruction model at the high school. And then, I've heard from over our course of our spring distance learning, TK through 2, that's hard. I mean, and so I know parents' frustration. And so that would be a group that we would be definitely advocating for bringing back incrementally as possible. But when we are off the watch list, then I think that it's our commitment to have the reopening protocol in place, to have bargained the effects with the association. And when it is safe to do so, we want to be perfectly positioned to welcome our students back on campus in the hybrid fashion.
Thank you. Parent, and I'd like to give my deepest thanks to the administrators for their hard work on the schedule and the principals for their work assigning students. Wow, what a Herculean task. And thanks to Janie for her wonderful training sessions. Great support. Thank you so much for that comment.
Echo that.
I've had a small little crew that show up to all of my trainings and starting to learn parent names. It's been quite fun. So shout out to those that have been my returning attendees. The next one is anonymous LCUSD parent. What exactly have the teachers asked in order to come back to campus under the hybrid model? Perhaps parents can assist allay fears if you provide details.
Okay, so thank you. We have negotiated the social distancing protocol to have the site, have the campuses open up as work sites. Things that were very important were identifying occupancy capacities, identifying the arrival protocols, taking temperatures, asking the safety question, having that whole protocol for bringing people onto campus, having it so that there was all the PPE in classrooms so that teachers felt safe working from their classrooms. Like I said, occupancy limits on shared spaces, very clear social distancing guidelines, frequency of cleaning schedules. So common areas will be cleaned three or sometimes 4 times a day. So those cleaning schedules have been very, very important. Those are the things that come to mind just readily from the protocol. I think when you talk about the reopening protocol, you're going to have larger scale sort of admission procedures. You're going to have more rigorous cleaning schedules. You're going to need to, it's just a more massive plan because you will have such a greater volume of people on campus. And so all of those, I think there's a reasonableness with the teachers' requests, and it's just that the protocol requirements all be followed, all be thoroughly vetted and completely articulated, and those plans in place so that they're reliable.
Thank you. Next, the last two from an LCE parent. Thank you to Mrs. Blaney. Very nice. And our final comment, will the district seek a waiver for elementary schools, which I know you answered, so you might want to reiterate, and then what percentage of students are going with VLA, which I also know you answered earlier.
Sure, just to recap really briefly, we are not currently seeking the waivers because waivers aren't being accepted in LA County for elementary schools. Our goal, as I've said, is to open extremely well virtually, complete the reopening protocol, bargain the effects with teachers, and as things change with the state and the county, to take board direction with regard to applying for any of those waivers. But it is our commitment that we want to, when we're ready, when it's safe, to have every opportunity in place. And then about 1/3 of our elementary student population, literally one full school, if you mix it up, went for Virtual Learning Academy.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Okay, thank you, Wendy. Any closing comments on this agenda item or thoughts, questions, follow-ups? I feel really good from where we came from just a couple weeks back, 2 or 3 weeks ago. So again, congratulations on making a tremendous amount of progress. You climbed mountains. Thank you, everybody. And I'm sure it'll even improve more as we march toward next week. So thanks. Are we ready to roll to the next agenda item?
Sure thing.
Okay, great. So let's move to 12C. And this is, I think, for Ani East, approval board policy 0470, the mitigation plan for COVID.
Yes, thank you. So this is new board policy that needs to be approved before we return back to school. Pretty much it formalizes all the different ways we are going to provide a safe learning and working environment during the coronavirus pandemic, and that everything that we're doing is intentional, and that there is practices and policies, protocols put in place that we are going to follow during this time. So I had submitted it to you on Friday to review, and this is an exception to the regular rule of having 2 reads for a board policy, because we would like to have this already approved and in place when school opens on Monday for instruction to begin. So if you have any questions about any of it, a lot of the things Wendy has described, such as, instructions, schedules, the PPE, health screening, grading, student absences and attendance, all those are very clearly articulated. Social distancing, it's all clearly articulated in the policy, and we have a peace of mind that we have something to follow in all of those areas.
And it's all CSBA recommended, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Is this really just a subset of infectious diseases, or does it really represent what you do in another kind of pandemic situation? Why is it? Because it seems like it's really just called out specifically for COVID, or could apply broader?
It's specifically for COVID, with all the expectations and rules that are put in place for us to follow in order to keep our working environment, learning environment safe for everyone.
Sort of along those lines, the language on the paid sick leave, that's is that like the CARES Act? That's new stuff specific to COVID, is that right?
Yeah, for how many days you're allowed to take when you are sick, and then your sick days kick in and all that, yeah. So it guides pretty much most of our department's practices through this BP.
So I thought that there were 2 sections. I thought the whole thing was I don't mean this disparagingly of other board policies, but it's a remarkably comprehensive policy, in that I think, like, families, I wouldn't normally point families to our board policy to sort of get the lay of the land. Those are sometimes kind of not necessarily, I don't know what the right word is, so I won't search for it, but this is very clear in kind of, I think, what parents, what teachers, what students can legitimately expect. It certainly feels like it sums up and answers a lot of the questions that we've been talking about for a while. So I find that wonderful. And I wanted to call out 2 parts in particular. One is that, and it's appropriate for the conversation that we started with a few hours ago, which is the section on equity, I think, is really strong. And to me, this is where that resonates very strongly. The idea that not everybody is going to experience the effects of this pandemic the same. And so we shouldn't try and approach addressing their needs in the same way, but provide them with what they need. And so if there are students who are disproportionately adversely affected by distance learning, that those are the students who we are most attentive to getting non-distance learning sooner rather than later, rather than wait, as we've discussed several times tonight, to get it all or nothing. The other piece that I thought was really strong, and we haven't really talked about it much, although I will note that I heard Joe mention it. Actually, if I'm remembering correctly, it was at the meeting that was the send-off for Ellen, and the sort of follow-up on that. I remember Joe making a comment that has stuck with me since, and that I saw in the document here, which is the commitment to recovery, that we understand that this is going to be, the spring was less than ideal. This year will be better than the spring, but still less than ideal if there were no pandemic. That seems sort of obvious, but it's sometimes worth acknowledging that it's just not going to be the same as if we had kids in classrooms and COVID never happened. And so in addition to doing all that's being done to make it as effective and successful as it can be, given all of the limitations, there's also an acknowledgement of some debt that's being built up along the way. And this commitment in this policy to recovering that debt, to paying back that debt, to making sure that that is not just lost to time and space, I think is really great. And it's not the thing we're thinking about, 6 days out from the first day of reopening, but I think it's something we'll have to start thinking about in more concrete terms pretty shortly thereafter, as we start to think about what the world looks like sort of on the other side of all of this. So I was really pleased with it, and I was glad that we have it. And I have one question about it, but it's sort of unrelated, so I wanted to make that comment first. My question is just, what about the flu vaccine? I've heard so much about people warning that schools are going to inadvertently have to shut down because they're not going to be able to distinguish between when a child has the flu and has symptoms of COVID. And I imagine our flu vaccine rates are very, very high, but I know we don't require a flu vaccine. I understand Mark and I toured the CDC a couple weeks ago, and they told us that their new child care center regulations require that that their students get the flu vaccine. So I guess that's a new regulation that they have. So I was just curious about that piece of it. Is that seems like potentially a big piece of the puzzle, is when the flu season starts. If there's, if we're not able to make that, we're shutting down schools perhaps unnecessarily. So curious if any thought has been put into that.
One of the things that was in the social distancing protocol that we just approved, that it also reappears in the reopening protocol, is for districts to stage a fall campaign to really encourage, the flu vaccine.
Right.
So that we've landed that with Karen Hurley, and we'll see a pretty full court press to get families to have the flu vaccine come autumn.
Great.
Yeah, along those lines, I don't know, I think we've done it before for staff, where we do offer flu vaccines for staff, but it'd be interesting if any of our local healthcare providers would be interesting to see if we could set up like a drive-through flu vaccine for our students.
I've reached out to Verdugo Hills Hospital regarding just testing, if we needed to do testing for COVID-19 for any reasons, but I can certainly check into that option as well.
Yeah, they've been a great partner with every year with the TB testing, so that might be a really good opportunity because they are local and part of our community. If we could reach out to them for the flu vaccine, for the points Andrew was making about, we want to make sure our kids get vaccinated for the flu if their parents want them to be. I mean, I don't think we're going to require it, but I think it's something that it might be right now that it's hard for parents to get their kids into a place to get a flu vaccine just because it's hard to get a regular medical appointment. So it might be a good opportunity if we have something we can help along those lines. It might be really helpful.
And we have worked with PTA and Chris Henry, our district nurse, in providing flu vaccine resources. And I know that there have been a couple of quick clinics that have offered those services. So we'll definitely get some offerings to parents.
The only question I had throughout the whole document was around the paragraph on contact tracing. And I didn't know if we really had the enabling processes or technology what's your assessment of where we are? Because that could get unwieldy quickly if we're, it says the language superintendent or designee will work with health officials to track, and then there's some language underneath there. Any concerns or anything we need to do there to firm that up as a commitment to help with the contact tracing? I was just curious where we are.
That's a huge thing, and I'll invite anybody on cabinet to join me. But it's quasi dependent on effective testing and testing with results that come in within 24 hours. The other thing is that you have to be able to provide close contact lists to DPH so that they can help you with the tracing. So, I mean, that was one of the overwhelming things. Our initial plan at the secondary level was to do a hybrid model with kids changing classes. And we quickly realized that if you're looking at 60 to 90, close contacts per day, that kind of contact tracing is just not possible. So those cohorts have to be much more pure, much more stable. And that's been the challenge that we'll face with the 7-12 hybrid model. I think we have a really good plan at the elementary because you'll have, be able to trace contacts at 1 to, 11 to 15 or so. But yeah, that will be a significant hurdle from the district to be able to fully provide DPH with all of that data so that we can have effective contact tracing. And some of it will be out of our hands. It's going to also be dependent upon, testing and results and reliability and all of those things that we haven't seen be completely effective, in the realm outside our control.
Is there any toolkits or anything from the county that's helping with a framework to do that at all? And maybe that's another thing on 5-star we'd ask about, if there's any innovative things that people are putting in place at other places. A database, I mean, who knows how they're constructing it, but.
Well, our protocols for social distancing, we took the section from the K-12 reopening that relates to our response. If we have 1 case, 2 cases, at the point we have 3 cases, we get very engaged with the Department of Public Health, and most of what we provide them is kind of lists of people for who to contact trace with. So I think our class rosters and all will be very helpful, but we'll be very dependent on DPH, but a lot of time will be spent with the communication on that too.
Any other thoughts, questions, or do we have want to move to, because this is first and second read basically, right, Anais?
Yes, I would appreciate if you vote on it and approve it today so we have it in place.
Any objections, or do we have a motion to approve?
I'll move to approve the board policy.
Okay. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Thank you, Dan. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Good work, Anais. Pretty robust. Thank you.
Thanks, Anais.
Thank you.
Okay, now we're moving to 12D, the consolidated application for federal funding. And this is Karen.
She is.
Hurley.
Good
There
evening,
she is.
everybody.
Hi,
Can
Karen.
you hear me?
Yes, and we can see you.
Great. Good evening, board members and cabinet members. So I'm here this evening to present the consolidated application for adoption for approval. So let me explain a little bit. The consolidated application form, or the CONAP for short, is used by the California Department of Education to distribute categorical funds from various federal programs to county offices, school districts, and charter schools as well, all throughout California. So annually from mid-May to the end of June, however, because of COVID, the deadline has been pushed to August 17th this year, but each school district, using the Consolidated Application Reporting System, or CARS for short, submits the spring release of the CONAP. So the spring release documents participation in specific federal programs and provides assurances that the district will comply with the legal requirements for each program. So this year, La Cañada will be applying for the following federal programs. Title I, Part A, which is Improving Basic Programs, and this is a federal program that supports effective evidence-based educational strategies to close the achievement gaps and enable students to meet our rigorous California standards, academic standards. We will also be applying for Title II, Part A, Teacher Quality. And this is a federal program that increases student academic achievement through strategies such as supporting teacher and principal quality. So everything that's teacher development, professional development, etc. And we will also be applying for Title III, the Limited English Proficient Students federal program. And this federal program provides supplementary programs and services to eligible limited English proficient students, also short for LEP, but we usually say English learners, ELs. And these funds will assist students to learn English and achieve grade level state and graduation standards. And on this consolidated application, the other reporting elements included in this 2020-21 application are the identification of participating private schools as allowed by the federal guidelines, homeless education policy requirements and implementation, and the protected prayer certification. So the financial impact for La Cañada, last year for the 2019-20 consolidated application, it generated approximately $65,000 for La Cañada. And we're anticipating similar revenues for 2020-21 school year. It'd be nice if we got a little bit more, but we're anticipating around this amount. So I'm recommending that the governing board approve the La Cañada Unified School District to apply for the funding covered in the 2020-21 consolidated application as submitted through the Consolidated Application and Reporting System, or CARS. Are there any questions?
Yeah, maybe this is for Wendy and Mark, or Karen, apologize. Is this the same Title I that we've been talking about that we have not applied for in the past? And that's a driver potentially in the federal stimulus package, that question you brought up on Adam Schiff's Zoom call last week, Mark? And did we ever hear back from his legislative team in Washington?
We did. Wendy and I had a conversation with him Monday morning and just kind of explained the Title I and spreading those federal resources to all school districts. But we will submit and put our name in for Title I. It's very typical. My last district rescinded from Title I with a lot of the NCLB requirements. And when you get a small amount of money, the tasks to take care of the Title I became very onerous and all. So that's probably was the case in La Cañada when they stepped out of the program as well.
Well, I would be curious. And what was the overhead, Karen? I mean, in terms of the effort to put in Title I, is that just to apply it's one level and then to justify it later on and prove it? Where does all the time come in? Is it the upfront or the ongoing justification?
It'll be ongoing. I'll have a report that I have to update, and then we will need to create single school plans for student achievement with goals tied to LCAP goals. We'll have to track the data, so each individual site will have to have council goals, again tied to LCAP, but more goals, tracking those goals, and
you have to demonstrate
reporting on them, making. Sorry?
You have to demonstrate progress, maintenance of effort. I mean, there's just a lot of data points that you have to be able to put forward.
Some of the situations with the previous No Child Left Behind was that if schools weren't performing, then the district had to give the offer to transport students to a different school. And for example, in my last district, we didn't have enough funds to do that in Title I, so accepting them was actually a danger for incurring additional costs in the district. So that's why we stepped out of them at that point in time. So the new ESSR, which is the update from No Child Left Behind, is not as severe in those kind of consequences. So we'll put our name back in the pot, and there is a lag time when you put in. I think you don't qualify for that. You put in, and then it's the next year when you're eligible.
So it may not, even if this year there wouldn't be an influence. It may not have any influence on as a allocation driver from a federal stimulus, right?
And Karen and I were talking to the county. It sounds like there's going to be a lag to that. Yes.
Sorry, other questions?
I'm not sure I follow then. So the purpose of applying for it is to qualify for future stimulus funds. Is that why we've decided to apply for Title I? Because everything that I just heard made it sound like we shouldn't apply for it.
Thank you, Andrew. That's what I was wondering. Well, that's, yeah. Go ahead, Wendy. We were getting some inquiries from the public of why we haven't Title I pursued it. And it seems like the return on our time may not be there to pursue it. But
it's sort of a catch-22. I mean, you know, that's why we're advocating with Schiff's office that stimulus dollars be allocated on a per pupil basis, because every district is going to have those needs, no matter, you know, if you're, you know, high concentration, high supplemental, you know, all of those things. But there was some pressure from the community when we didn't get the last round of stimulus dollars because they were tied to Title I. And, we felt like we need to be able to demonstrate that we're doing everything in our power, even if the resulting consequences are a little onerous for district staff. Probably not a little onerous is an understatement.
Well, I think it makes sense if that really does open additional doors, but if it doesn't.
It's been about 15 years since we stopped taking Title I, and there's never been a reason for us to regret that decision until COVID.
Yeah. But was the comment that you were making, Mark, a moment ago, that even if we apply we apply successfully, that it wouldn't matter, at least for another year?
Yeah, my understanding when I talked to our contact at the county is that you put in, but you are eligible the following fiscal year. So I haven't figured out, are we putting in and this will get us hooked into 2021 fiscal year, or is it going to push us into 21-22? So it's a bit of a safeguard. I do think the new Title I requirements are not as severe, like I said, as they were in the past, but there will be, things we have to do to follow protocols and stuff and meet the federal requirements. We do not get very much federal funds. The predominant source of our federal funds is related to special education.
And I think the other argument in favor of doing it is we don't really know what's going to come out of Washington. There may be some more federal funds for schools. And even if it's next year tied to Title I, or even this year tied to schools that have applied for Title I, that in order to make sure that we're in a place where we can apply for and get any kind of federal funding that becomes available, if it does, that we need to go through the exercise of submitting the application.
Let's just then, I think we're okay approving the whole thing. We'll take that motion in a second, but I think let's just be a hawk here and watch this one over the next few, 18 months, or that return on the time equation that I'd like to bring up, because if it doesn't bear fruit and we've invested 80 hours of Karen's time and site principles and other, it's domino effect, and we should add that up and assess the value of it, but keep an eye on it. Because I think there was a good reason years ago, right, Wendy, when was it the previous superintendent kind of cut bait on the program for good cause. But we don't know, to Dan's point, we don't know the future right now, and so let's protect ourselves. Do I have a motion to approve Karen's proposal on pursuing all three?
So moved.
All right, do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Brent. Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Motion carried. The consolidated application is approved. Thank you, Karen.
Nice job, Karen. I know it was a lot
Thanks,
of
Karen.
work.
Thanks, Karen.
Thank you.
And for joining us on this late night. Appreciate it. It seems like you're always kind of hanging around till the late evening hours. Sorry about that.
That's okay. Bye.
All right,
Good
take
night.
care.
Good night, Karen.
Good night.
Okay, Mr. Evans.
Yes, thank you. Jamie, am I able to share my screen?
And we are
Yes.
moving for the community's benefit to our 45-day budget.
Not quite.
Permission granted. Go right ahead. Try again now.
Right. Did that come through?
Yes.
Okay.
We're seeing, yeah, it looks like you're using an internet browser and showing us a tab.
Yeah, I'm just doing it through the agenda online.
Perfect.
So this is the 45-day budget update. Originally, the governing board adopted on June 30th, and we knew in June that we were using May revised numbers that were already out of date by the time I was presenting the budget to you. We just didn't have all of those numbers in place to update it. So now we've settled down on where the LCFF has landed, where some of the CARES funds, how much has actually come in, and I wanted to share those with you. And then what we'll do is actually get your approval on these adjustments, and then we'll submit those budget adjustments to the county, and that will show as our updated adopted budget. So what we have here is our adopted budget in June. We were anticipating revenue of about $45.5 million and expenditures of about 49.6. We were running a deficit of about $4 million. As we come into the 45-day revise, we are up to over $50 million in revenues, an increase of about $4.6 million, and also an increase in expenditures of about $1.8 million. The revenues are predominantly from the LCFF, but then we also had a good deal of federal funds come in with the CARES Act. Those funds need to be expended this year, and not this fiscal year, but this calendar year. Most of them have to be spent, the vast majority, by December 31st. So that's why the expenditures had to go up. I'll break that down a little bit more here. So when you look at just the state funds for LCFF, basically they took away the negative COLA and they kept us flat funding. So 35.3 million is about where we were in funding for last year. So that was an increase of just shy of $3 million. And here on the federal line, you'll see, as I mentioned just a moment ago, the $936,000, that's typically of what we get. The vast majority of that is actually special ed, but because of the CARES Act, there was an increase of about $1.5 million. So that is actually what's going to fund a lot of the things we're taking on right now, like the teacher workday and things like that. The LLMF is learning loss mitigation funds.
You know, Mark, is there any risk that the federal government could pull that back? I know there was some chatter about tying federal funding to reopenings, physical reopenings. Has there been any traction there that would impact this particular, or is this money in the bank for us?
This is the CARES Act. So the current negotiations in DC relate to our school funding based on reopening or not. These weren't part of that conversation. So
okay, thanks.
The other state funds fluctuated, came up a little bit. Most of that are restricted dollars that came in for the classified staff summer savings program. We had a little bit of an increase in lottery, and then we had a little decrease in special ed, but a net gain of $100,000, most of which will be used in a restricted format. And then our other local, the Ed Foundation came in better than anticipated, so there was an increase there of a couple $100,000. But as we settled out all the parcel taxes and the new exemptions and stuff, we were down about $50,000 there. So that's what adjusted those. And then where the expenditures occur, this is basically the federal funds and a little more than. Certificated, we're looking at a couple $100,000 increase. That's going to be the extra professional development day-to-day. Also, Wendy had authorized staff to do 15 to 20 hours worth of preparation for the new year. So we put some money on that line. On classified as well, we have increased professional development for them, and then that new restricted money for their summer saving programs, those funds came in. So that's what that is comprised of. And then the benefits correlate proportionally to those. Also, with the CARES Act money, we put a large chunk under supplies, just for materials, PPE, things like that. And then also in services, because the paper program that we're getting is going to be under there. We will likely have some additional services for students whose needs weren't met in the spring that we have to kind of fill in and all. So,
Mark, what program is that again?
The CARES program, or the paper program, is that what you?
Yeah, the paper.
The paper program was the
tutoring, the new tutoring service.
Oh, okay.
Right. So, so that's where the federal funds and some additional funds went, largely in preparation for dealing with our new reality. I suspect the budget's going to change a lot over the course of the year. We'll see where the staffing lands. First interim may look very different. We'll have our unaudited actuals come next month. And I think we'll actually probably see some decreases in revenues from last year as we close the books and all. So we'll give you the update and the new outlook when I get to that. But this is just a 45-day revision. Wanted you largely to see where the new revenues were and where we've added some new expenditures, and then we'll make those budget adjustment summaries. So if you have any questions on that.
Yeah, I have one, Mark. Service or supplies, are you sure? I know I expected an increase. Are we sure we're covered there? Or are we still being conservative? Because I think there's some unanticipated stuff that's going to hit us, and especially go through the discussion with what do the teachers really want, and do we have to? And that might also dovetail on the services. You know, more cleanings, more.
Exactly.
I mean, we have enough there. That's kind of.
Well, we put down everything we had. We may end up going deeper into our own general fund as time goes on. But we wanted to make sure before we start spending our general fund on that, we wanted to spend these restricted funds that have to be used by the end of the calendar year.
I see. Okay.
So there could be expenses beyond these, depending on how long this lasts, depending on when we come back in hybrid and what those requirements will be. But we did, as Wendy said, we bought a bunch of plexiglass for clerical staff. So those funds went out. We did get about $70,000 in the spring from the state for PPE and emergency equipment. We're actually dragging our feet on spending that because we have more lag time before those have to be spent. So we put the pause on those funds because we can carry those past December.
Well, just as long as you're not going to get caught with inventory supply chain issues on some of those products, right?
Well, and
stocking up might be.
We're still ordering. We're just doing the accounting is just going to one fund versus the other. That's all. But you're right. We've been ordering. We're getting hand sanitizer that we ordered months ago is finally starting to arrive. But you're right. Some of those things, the lead time is very questionable. We were lucky with the plexiglass that we found basically a set builder who took on this business since they weren't doing production. They went into plexiglass construction. So, but you're right. And those numbers, like I said, those reflect largely the CARES Act money. We may see additional expenditures on what those needs are as the year goes on. So we would make those adjustments at first interim when we come up to the end of the year.
Other questions for Mark? If not, do I have a motion to approve?
So moved.
Who has my motion? Or our
So
motion?
moved.
Okay, so Dan has the move to approve. Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Andrew. Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Thank you, Mark.
Thanks, Mark.
Thanks.
No problem.
Okay, so then we want to insert our change, right? Which is the public hearing back to, we slid 10A, the resolution, public hearing on temporary interfund cash borrowing kind of sets the stage for the next item, right? So that's you again, Mark. So 10A becomes 12F.
And actually, this is an outgrowth of the new budget as well. You actually approved an interfund cash borrowing back in June. We do this every year. It's just a safeguard we do in case we needed to do that. And we did it on June 9th. But with the passage of the budget, they modified it a bit. One, increased the amount you could borrow from 75% of a fund to 85%. But it did require this public hearing. So we're going to resubmit, bringing it up to the 85% capacity if we choose to go there, as well as doing the public hearing. Generally, we have not had to tap into those, but one of the issues that will be on the horizon this year was all those deferrals could impact our cash flow. So if we needed to borrow funds to keep our general fund afloat, we could interfund borrow from one of the other funds for a temporary amount of time. We just have to pay it back by the end of the year. So, so the hearing then is for that, and then I'll ask you to approve the resolution itself.
So I get tripped up on these hearings, public hearings. We don't have to approve the public hearing. You just laid it out that this is for the public to make comments. I don't think we have any public comments on this item.
Yeah, you just have to open the hearing.
Okay, so let's open so the hearing's open. That's
Correct, I just checked.
okay. So the hearing's open, no motion necessary for the hearing. I'm just opening it. Okay, great. And then now we move into the official discussion on the interfund, which is now item 12G.
Actually, Joe, do we need to close the public hearing if there are no comments?
Well, as a former president, you probably know more about that.
I don't think so.
Yes,
No,
we
no,
have to
no.
close it.
Yeah,
We
you have to
didn't-
close the hearing.
Okay, so no public comments. Any other comments before we close the public hearing? Okay, the public hearing's closed. And so now we're going to move officially into the agenda item 12. I'm losing track of our
It becomes 12G now, doesn't it?
12G. Okay, so this is the actual resolution to 2021. Go ahead again, Mark. I think you pretty much laid it out, but
Yeah, it's kind of nice having the hearing right next to it. It just saves a, a repeat. But yeah, at this point, we'll ask you to approve the resolution authorizing our temporary interfund borrowing up to a capacity of 85% of the fund's value.
So I'll move to approve the resolution on temporary interfund cash borrowing.
I'll
I'll
second.
second that motion.
Thank you. All in favor? I think everybody in this call's been a president, so you know how it works. Okay, I'm following your leads. Okay, very good. So approved, Mark.
Thank you.
Okay, is that, are we this far ahead? We were going to be looking at midnight. We don't even have to have the motion for 10:30. We just got consent agenda, correct?
You got 9
Drew,
minutes.
don't say anything. Don't say that.
Yeah, jinx it.
We were talking about paying attention to that 10:30 hour. So why don't we do this then? Consent agenda. Do I have a motion to approve consent?
So moved.
Keitzer, second.
Second.
Brent, thank you. All in favor for passing consent? Very good. All righty. Then I think that's it, except for moving through communications. Correct? Why don't we start? Brent, any things on communications?
Just a spectacular PGA championship. We have a PGA championship winner, Colin Morikawa. It's a great weekend.
I loved that his only bauble was the Wanamaker Cup.
Yeah.
He was awesome. I was so proud of him.
Yeah, he's really got he's going to be a marketable guy. He's got a big smile, good demeanor. He's represented community well. We got to find a way to
So gracious.
yeah, I think it's fantastic. It's fun to watch. Okay, thank you, Brent. And then how about you, Dan?
That's it.
I just kind of echo what I said before. Thank you to all of our teachers, our staff, our administrators for moving everything so far to get ready for opening. I know a few weeks ago we were talking about how we had to devote all of our resources to focusing on opening, and it's tremendous. Jamie, the rest of the cabinet, the staff work that's been done to prepare us. I think there are probably a lot of districts and a lot of cities across the country that are scrambling to figure what they're going to do online. I think we have a plan. I sort of laugh because even tonight's technical difficulties, you know, with getting us onto Facebook or having problem and several times during this call, audio's dropped out and we've had some technical glitches. So I'm sure we're going to have technical glitches, but I at least feel like we have a pretty solid plan for what we're going to do that day one of school. So I'm very happy that we do have such a plan. And Wendy, thank you and all your cabinet, and Anais and Mark and Jamie, the work of all of our teachers and principals and administrators at getting us ready for day one. I do feel like a lot can go wrong, but I think we have a good plan. So thank you all.
Thank you, Dan. Keitzer.
Just to echo, congratulations. I know Colin represents our district and our community really well, and I want to congratulate his family. It's such a nice, wonderful, gracious, the words you used, Wendy, family, and a lovely person. But I also want to say a heartfelt, my heartfelt just best wishes for a great beginning of a school year. It's always great to have these wonderful starts. I know I'm getting ready for my own school year starting, and I'm excited to be part of La Cañada school year starting. So thank you, everyone.
Okay, sir. Andrew.
I don't have anything to add. Thank you.
For myself, I just wanted to add, I think, I just want to telegraph to folks that I think we have an opportunity. This is just for the future to kind of maybe optimize how we're meeting as a team. And in terms of the public meeting forum in the Zoom environment, tonight was a great example that maybe we need to have, you know, parallel broadcast mechanisms. There's a few things we can do in the Zoom world, how we take public comments, how we run the meetings, you know, it's all those kind of things that I think we need to start to put our attention to. And I would just like to tee up that maybe it's a future agenda item, Wendy, that we can talk about ways that opportunity areas to, you know, when we come out of this, I think you've told me in private, you've said something to the effect, how we meet has been changed forever, right? And going back to where we were pre-COVID, where we are basically audio recordings only. Now, maybe we always have Zoom on us, and maybe we always have new ways to take public comments, because I think it's been great to see the level of engagement across the community and access to these meetings. And I've heard stories where families will watch the meetings together, and the amount of calls I'm getting to help with badges for scouts, because they know now more about who the public personnel are in the community, and that they watch these meetings is great. But I think we still have to make some improvements. So look for that board. If you have ideas on ways to improve some things, let's start to look at being ready for post-COVID, or even things we can make changes to right now. That's all I have, except for that I still want from the board members, if you have any desire to volunteer, we need 2 people to be thinking about DEI next steps, the kind of roadmap to the roadmap like we talked about. So let me know if you have an interest there, and we can assign some folks. In terms of 5-star, Kites, are you okay attending with Wendy and I on the 28th? If so, I'll forward you the meeting invite.
Yeah, that's fine. Thank you.
All righty. And I think that's all I have. Cabinet, anything? Jamie? Oh, I'm sorry, Dan.
Yeah, I'm sorry, just brought up one thing. You know, traditionally we changed board assignments in December, then we sort of switched it over to change it by school year. I don't know what you are thinking in terms of doing that, but we will start having those PTA meetings and other things coming up soon. So we probably should think about who's going to cover what.
I agree. And I did make one switch already on my own. It's just Brent and I swapped, but I think we need to we need to look at that. So Brent was covering 7-8, right, Brent?
Yeah.
And then I asked Brent to flip. I had PCY. So I flipped Brent and myself. Dan, if there's a desire to make some moves, I think right now we had Keitzer was at LCE.
Mm-hmm.
And we had Ellen was PCR, so maybe it's Andrew for a period of time if you want to take PCR for us, and I can put you in contact with Caroline. And then Dan, if you're comfortable staying with the high school, I think we're comfortable with that too. Does that work, 9 through 12 for you?
Yeah, it works for me.
Okay. So I agree. I apologize. I didn't communicate that I made that switch, that Brent and I flip-flopped. But I think that'll work out great. So if that's covered, we can leave that. But I think we need to look through any other orphaned assignments that Ellen had in terms of, you know, making sure that our bases are covered there.
Who's doing boosters?
Ooh, that's a good one.
I'm boosters, I think.
You're my 7 o'clock buddy.
Okay.
Yeah.
Better than 6:30 though.
But it's a trigger for me to go through the list real quick, and I can even reach out to Ellen. Ellen is still actively engaged and monitoring what we're doing here, so I'll reach out to her to make sure I have all of her assignments covered. And Andrew, I think you can hit the ground running like you have so far on some other assignments too, if you're open to it.
Yeah, I am happy to take whatever she had.
That's great. Okay, Cabinet, any closing communication comments? Jamie?
Okay, thank you so much.
Anise?
No, thank you.
Okay, great. Mark?
Hey, just a shout out to my cabinet colleagues. It's been a very challenging summer and they've helped keep me afloat. So I greatly appreciate it. And thank you, Wendy, for keeping me focused.
Great. And then we'll conclude with Wendy. Any final comments, Wendy?
Just, you know, the board doesn't often get thanked. So thank you for your leadership, because, you know, there's been some tough calls with, you know, focusing on virtual versus exploring, you know, the hybrid. And, you know, your participation on the reopening committees has been invaluable. But also, I just think that, you know, it's just speaking to Christina's point on, you know, culture of fear and people worried about, you know, making mistakes. I think that, you know, one of the things that COVID that COVID will teach us is that mistakes are okay. It's how we learn. And I think that if we just have enthusiasm for delivering the best possible thing, and if we make a mistake, we dust ourselves off and we go at it again. But to our teachers, please, I hope they know that self-care is extremely important, that we're extremely proud of them, that it's okay to make mistakes. And as long as you're trying, it's all good. Parents, again, thank you for your patience and your partnership. And I just hope everybody can be really, really enthusiastic for our kids, because ultimately I want them to be engaged and feel like this is school. And there's so many great components of education, and I think adults set the tone, and so we really want to have a excited, enthusiastic zeal for the new school year.
Well said as always. Okay, with that, meeting adjourned.
Thank you.
Have a good night. Great meeting.
you.
I really enjoyed it. Thank you everybody for participation.
Appreciate all the hard work.
Bye. Thanks, everyone.
Bye.